loud gunning. And woo blow 2 times loud stunning. Stunning when it hit ya, lift you off the earth like, hey yo, take you right back to earth. And niggas wonder why, they might wonder why this shit might happen, but it does. It go drifting away like a feather in air, letting my words take me away from the hurt and despair. So I'm keeping it vertical, forever elevator, riding the escalator to the something that is greater. So I'm drifting away like a feather in air, letting my soul take me away from the hurt and despair. So I'm keeping it vertical, forever elevator, riding the escalator to the something that is greater. Treat you better than me, cause that's the heavenly key.
Okay, we are live. What's up, everyone? Good to be back. And I'm gonna start working. Yeah, it's been a while since I was here. Fernor Games, howdy, how are you? Thank you for coming back to the channel. How have you been, my friend? Thank you. Yeah, it's been a while, dude. I had taken a break these last few days from streaming and shit, because I was a bit burned out from some days in which I worked like crazy. So yeah, but I'm back. Let's hope that I can keep the momentum going. Fernor Game says you need breaks. Yeah, dude, I needed that break mostly because of that, because I was making a new trailer for a showcase, and I overworked on those days. And yeah, dude, yeah, it feels weird to come back, dude. It feels like a long time ago. It's only been like 5 days, I think, 5 or 6 days. But anyways, how have you been? What have you been working on? Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Yeah, so I was thinking about this place, people, and yeah, because I said the other day that I've been meaning to model a couple of bridges, which I've procrastinated. So I'm thinking today, just to be chill but make progress, I'm gonna work on some modeling of some Japanese traditional bridges and change the layout of this whole place. Fernor Game says I have moved over to creatures for a little bit, then I am going to switch back to environment stuff. That, yeah, I totally get. Oh shit, that also sounds like me. I've been working with creatures sometimes, then I switch up to environments and shit, and it's hard to keep yourself on just one thing, right? Yeah, so what are you working on specifically these last few days? Which type of creatures? Okay, while we talk with Fernor Games, I'll keep going here and change up the layout of this place a bit. Yeah. Fernor says, but you're scripting it too? I just do the art and level stuff. But I do understand, dude, that even if I'm also making the programming and the coding of the game, it's hard, dude. If you're making the art and shit, it's hard in its own way, being the artist, even if you're not coding, especially if you're being very detailed with many things. I don't go into many details of many things because of that, because I wouldn't be able to manage all of the things happening. But I assume that you are getting into the details in the getting deep into making all of these things, right? Fernor says I have a friend who scripts it. Yeah, no, I totally get it. But I would assume that because you are like, your full attention and your time is into doing the art of the game, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard. It's not like it's easier than what I'm doing. Yeah, so which type of creatures are you working on these days? Okay, people, let me see this. Yeah. Yeah, let me think about this one. Yeah, this one, horizontal to vertical 2. Yeah, so we can have the bridge where we pass through that. Yeah, so I'm gonna make a bridge here. But let me think about this layout of this place. Let's make the walk. Fernor Game says, what is this message from Stream Seekers? When did that happen? Fernor says, I am finishing up the animation sets for a big monster, then I have to go back and edit one we have been working on for a while. Monster, scary shit. Oh shit, dude. Yeah, are you meaning to release a trailer soon with your friend? What is like your your timeline of milestones and development. What is like the next thing that you want to make? Where is this stream stickers shit coming from? Yeah, when did that get enabled? Okay, anyways, let me make this walk. Further says we have a trailer and an early demo already out. Yeah, I think you told me before, right? But what would be the next thing for you? Like updating the demo, releasing a new trailer, getting into a showcase? What would be the best thing? Further says, but still struggling to get exposure. It is hard, dude. Getting the exposure, I would say, dude, that is the hardest thing about making games. It's not even making the games per se. It is getting the exposure for the game that you're making. I know, dude, I totally get what you're talking about. It's not easy. You may have the motivation to work on the game and stuff, but it's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be hard to get the exposure, whichever type of game you're making. Ferner says, but I read that on So Slow. How are you? So Slow on YouTube. How are you, dude? Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Yeah, so I like this layout. Yeah, we cannot see that Spaceman right now, but I like this layout. And let me see. What are we gonna do there with those trees? Should I do the same thing as the other day? Fuck, no. Or yes. Let me try to turn this one into its own blueprint, like the whole thing. Yeah, let me duplicate this one. So this one's gonna be VP desaturated tree, masked 01. Okay, let's see what's gonna happen here. Ferner says we're doing festivals. We will be making a new demo, but for now we are just pushing through the main production so we can show more of the cool stuff next year. How have the festivals been for you, Ferner Games? I know it's hard, dude. Exposure, I would say it's the hardest thing about making games, dude. Yeah, getting the wishlist right, getting the exposure and shit. Yeah, dude. I am on that same boat, and I know how hard it can be. So Slow, how have you been, my friend? Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Okay, people, let me see. So this one, yeah. Okay, so I am gonna, okay, let me add something here. I am gonna add a lighter, yeah, a box collision. Okay, and this one, you'll see what I'm trying to do. So Slow came to Twitch. Sania Game says, what's Gushy? What's good, dude? All is good. Coming back from a burnout from the last few days. What about you, my friend? How is your life going? How is your game going? How is yeah, everything going? Thank you for coming, saying that games. Fernor says last year they were pretty great. We got some awards, but it didn't really translate to wishlist. Yes, Fernor, I know this. I know that awards and recognitions for a game do not necessarily translate into wishlists, and they made this is a really interesting topic to talk about, because one would think that they would translate to wishlist, and they do not necessarily translate to wishlist, even if you get an award from a festival or an event or anything. Yeah, dude. It is crazy. It is crazy, but it's very much true. I've read about this. I didn't get an award, but I was part of a festival like in March, like in Tokyo, called the Tokyo Indie Game Summit. I got a couple of wish lists from that event, but not as much as I had in my mind. So yeah, dude, it's a hard thing to manage. Saying says like life good, working on secret project, almost done, a small game. Is it for a game jam, dude, or are you gonna release it on Steam? Where are you gonna release it? Dude, what the fuck is this stream stickers message in the chat? What is happening? Where is that coming from? Let me just check this out, people, because this is very weird. I had that in the past, but it's not It shouldn't be enabled anymore. Fernor says we are doing many games right now. In too many games. Is that a festival? Is that an event? Garrett the Great. What? Hello. How are you, Garrett the Great? On YouTube. Appreciate it. How have you been? Thank you for coming to the stream. Let me just see these people, because I am seeing this stream sticker shit message on the chat, and I don't know where the fuck is that coming from. Let me disable that if it's coming from somewhere. Ad break. Counters. Events, ad break, new follower. I don't know where that, I don't know where that is coming from. Yeah, but anyways, I'm just gonna ignore it. But it's weird. Segniak says on Twitch, yeah, Steam, it's gonna be a free game just for fun. Oh shit, dude, it's gonna be a free game. It is expensive, right, to release a free game on Steam, right? Because you gotta pay the $100 just to release the game, even if it's free. Further says on Twitch Festival, they have a digital and in-person event. What is the name of it going to be? Segniak. Fernor says about the game. It's a secret game, it seems right now. Fernor, could you ping the event in the chat? You could, yeah, put the link there and I could check it out here. Please let me know. Garrett the Great says on YouTube, I use easy to use game engines because I am bad at coding, not gonna lie. Welcome to the club. I am bad at coding and I do not use easy to use game engines. I would say Unreal Engine is not easy to use. Even as blueprints may be easier than C++. And I suck at coding just like you, Garrett the Great. Yeah, dude, I totally get what you're saying. Which engine are you using, by the way? Okay, too many games. This is the showcase that Fernor Games is talking about. Let me copy this one. Let's check it out. This Fernor Games is being part of this festival event right now. Check it out, people. There it is in the chat. Yeah, too many games. Shit. Yeah, this is cool. Does it have a Steam event, dude? Yeah, it seems to be a big event. Where is the physical event? Okay, let me see. In person. Okay, they've got the in person. Dude, this seems to be a very exclusive event, right? Because I see that there are not a lot of games on this event, so that is very cool for you that you got into this event. Segniak, top secret. Yeah, Fernor says, yeah, I think so. Yeah, dude, it seems to be a very exclusive event, so good for you. I'm happy for you. Congratulations, because I have been part of other festivals and showcases, and the list of games was way longer than that one. Yeah, Garrett the Great says on YouTube, I sometimes use RPG Maker to make my RPG-like games, other times RPG in a box, both on Steam. I know both RPG Maker and RPG in a box. I haven't used RPG Maker, but I do have used RPG in a box, dude. I have a couple of videos on my YouTube channel about RPG in a box, a really, really cool tool. Do you have any games that you have released? Garrett the Great. Fernor says it's in Philadelphia. We're just doing the digital part. Dude, but it seems to be exclusive, so good for you, dude. Congratulations. Seems like a very, very nice opportunity. How many days is it gonna be? Have you felt like the wishlist have been going a bit up? Ah, shit. Oh, I'm seeing something here, which is really cool. Yeah, on my other month. Okay, anyways, I'm just gonna continue here while we talk. So let me move this one here and let me make this. Oh, the fuck happened there, dude? No. Let me attach that one there. Fuck, what the fuck is happening? Oh, so every time I move this, it's gonna randomize the tree. Yeah, interesting. Okay, let me make this one bigger. You'll see what I'm trying to do, people. Fernor says we had a small bump. I do know about those small bumps, dude. Dude, I am gonna fucking disable that stream sticker shit. Give me a second. delete message, warn stream seekers, timeout stream seekers, ban stream seekers. Yeah, fuck that bot. I don't know where is it coming from. Bernard says the in-person just ended yesterday. Yeah, I've had those small bumps from festivals and events. It isn't as high as one would expect, right? It is, you still gotta do the work. Yeah, like the slow work of every day to trying to acquire wishlist and shit. It is not an easy process. I know how hard it can be. Okay, so let me see this shit. Ah, fuck. Oh shit, yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, box extent, scale. Oh yeah, this is interesting. Or I could, okay, no, I'm just gonna leave it here. You'll see what I'm trying to do. I'm just gonna leave it here. I am gonna replace this one. I think I can change the scale here. I could do it there with the code, but I'm gonna try it in this way. Ferdinand says, okay, first, Garrett the Great says, I once had a game named Dude Man that was in RPG in a box. That was a template that I had with the trial version. Now I have the bot version of RPG in a box, and I kind of forgot about Dude Man since. Shit. Did you release Dude Man somewhere? Ferdinand Game says, if we can get our funding together, we really want to do a PAX East next year. Then fingers crossed we can get into Day of the Devs. I hope you can get into Day of the Devs, dude. Hope you can get into PAX East. And I know that it's not easy to get into both of those. So I do hope that you can get the funding. Which type of funding would you try to get? Like Kickstarter or something alike? Okay, let me do this. So how much? 14 and 2, and on this one 14 and 2, and then can I select this shit? Yes, I can, right? Yeah, so I'm always gonna have that shit with the whole blueprint. Okay, awesome. So that one, when we collide with that one, we're gonna change the material of the tree. Yeah. Physics, yo, what's up, dude? Oh shit, how are you, dude? Yeah, I know. Physics says, did you see my Peppa Pig picture? I did see that, dude. What the fuck? Physics is talking about this. Let me show you, people. Dude, that is very fucking weird, but anyways, it is safe for work, so I am gonna show it here what you were posting on the Discord. This is Physics on the Discord being crazy, people. Let me find the Peppa Pig picture. This is from the Peppa Pig engine invented by Physics. Yeah, so check it out. Is this like Unreal Engine 5, dude? Which Unreal Engine is this one? Ferdinand says, we're talking about maybe doing a Kickstarter about your funding, right? But we want to build up our social following first. We think that would help it get more successful. Indeed, dude. Indeed, it would help it get more successful. Yeah, getting that traction in social media, which is also really hard, right? Darna once says, hello. Cool. Jimmy TTV says, been a while. It's been a while, people. Yeah, thank you for coming. Appreciate it. And I am very sorry. It is what it is, dude. I was tired and I wasn't feeling like being social in this last few days, but I was meaning to come back today. I didn't want to come back today, dude, but I was just talking with a friend earlier. We were on a call and she asked me, are you gonna go live? Only hands. She asked me, are you gonna go live? And I was like, I don't know, dude, I don't think so. And then I told her, fuck it, yeah, I'm gonna go live. So yeah, after that talk I felt compelled and inspired to go live. So thank you, Only Hands. Segnek says, nice. Physics says, there's a new one of you as Peppa Pig. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? There is no images of me as Peppa Pig. This one, which one, dude? Oh fuck, dude, what the fuck is happening, dude? Is this the version of me in which I am like Peppa Pig's kid? Something like that? Shut up, dude. Holy shit. It does look like me. I would say like the chin, dude, and the cheeks. I wouldn't say like the ears look like me, but the nose, the cheeks, and the chin, I would say that I look a bit alike. Yeah. Darno wants to select the craziness begin. Indeed, dude, it is already starting. Just from the beginning of the stream, things are getting crazy, dude. How have you been, Darno One? Sagniak says, burnt. I do not get burnt, dude, because I can make fun of myself as much as other people can make fun of me. So that is a good thing about not giving the fuck. How are you, Sagniak? You told me about your secret game, right? But how is life? How has life been? How has your game been when you released it on Steam? Sagniak says, got the Batman in there too. Yeah, the Mario. Garrett the Great says, hey man, by the way, if you want to see Dude Man, it's on Game Jolt by my old account. Garrett the Game Maker. Okay, let me go and check it out, dude. Let me go into Game Jolt. Give me a sec, people. I am gonna go and Google Garrett the Great's game. It's called Dude Man Game Jolt. Garrett. Dude Man. Okay, here it is. Dude Man by Garrett Turner. So this is Garrett's game called Dude Man. Oh yeah, RPG in a box. I can see it. I can see it. Do you have a trailer here, dude? You should have a trailer, dude. It would help you get more exposure, more traction. You should have a trailer. Yeah, so people, if you want to go and check out Dude Man by Garrett the Great, created in RPG in a box, here it is in Game Jolt. I am gonna link it there in the chat. Okay, let's go back into Unreal, people, so I can keep going with this one. Okay, so when we collide with this shit, I am gonna swap the material of the mesh. Okay, this one. Add event box, collision, add on component, begin overlap. Yeah, top down. And when we collide with that guy, we're gonna... Okay, so what the fuck am I using here? I'm getting back to chat, people. Give me a sec. I am getting back to chat. Give me a second. Okay, I'm gonna read. Physics says, roasted is a better term. Roasted pig. I am a roasted pig. Sagniak says, my bad, roasted. Yeah, it's a better term. Darna One says, I am good. Did you like Daisy mod with a song? Dude, I haven't played it. I would have to go into the server and play it. That's why I didn't give you a response, because I have to try it first. Have you gave access to other people to the server yet? Sagniak says, just happy to be finished. I know, dude. It must be really, really cool to finish a game and release it on Steam and just get over with that and keep going on with your life, right? Yeah, dude. Darna One says, done a video of it. Maybe I was too tired, dude, and I didn't see that. Where is the video? Is it on the Game Dev channel on the Discord? Did you post it there? Yeah, dude. Maybe I was. I didn't see that one. When was that one, dude? Yeah, you have it there on the... yeah. Let me go and check it out. Dude, let me see. Okay, so this is Darkna One, which is a modder. He is a modder of DayZ. Let me go and check this out, dude. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna check this one out, people, and I'm coming back to Unreal because I gotta make progress. Garrett says, I also have a series on YouTube channel where I go live playing games, and the tagline is, I suffer for your enjoyment. But that tagline is only for my horror games like Five Nights at Freddy's. That's really cool, Garrett. Do you suffer? Do you really scream while you're playing horror games? Darna wants us learning it. You're learning how to mod, they see, right? Okay, dude, let me see if we can get the audio to the Mac. Give me a sec, dude. Okay. Okay, let me mute this one. And oh shit! Fuck. I hope that the stream doesn't get muted afterwards. Fuck. Yeah, that shouldn't have happened. You shouldn't have listened to that audio because that audio is copyrighted. Shit. Okay, anyways, let's listen to let's see what our friend Darna One has been working on in DayZ, modding DayZ. Let me see. Physics says it's muted. We can't hear. Nah, I saw it. I saw it in OBS, dude. It went through. The audio went through. Okay, this is the song that Darna 1 was talking about. The song made by Hayes. What did Hayes tell you, Darna 1, about this idea? Oh shit, this is crazy, dude. I would say it's not a bad idea. Why did you decide on doing that crazy thing, Darna 1? That's crazy, dude. Do you get inspired by that song to go and torture people in AC? Yeah, I hadn't seen this video, dude. Yeah, I hadn't seen this video. I'm very sorry. Dude, you should finish this server shit so I can go and join your server. Fernor says, I got a question for you. Did you ever have an issue when loading your game to Steam Deck where you can hear the music after it loads the menu but the screen is black? I have not, Fernor. Let me ask you, maybe you told me this in the past, dude, and I am very sorry about what I'm gonna ask because it's been a lot of conversations I've had here on Twitch. Which engine are you using for Noir Games? Are you also using Unreal Engine or is it another engine? Darna says he thought it was funny because I know he don't like it because it's made with AI. Yeah, the crazy song, it's made with AI. It's just a funny song, people. Yeah, so nobody got offended with that one and shit. Let me re-enable the music back. Okay, there it is. Partner says Unreal Engine 5. No, dude, it hasn't happened to me on the Steam Deck. No, it hasn't happened to... It only happens on the Steam Deck, dude. Darna says I asked him for an album. What did he say about the idea of having an album, dude? Okay, let me see, people. Let me disable this. Okay. Werner says, I have seen it with other titles and our demo. Oh, really, dude? What do other people say about... Dude, I haven't encountered this issue. And if I encounter it, I would really like to know what is the fix for this. Yeah. That's interesting. Polyfim, how are you? Thank you for the love, dude. How is life going? Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Bernard says, don't know what is going wrong there. There must be something in common with the games in which this thing is happening. Where it loads your game to Steam Deck, where you can hear the music after it loads the menu, but the screen is black. Ah, shit, dude. Partner says Hard Space Shipbreaker I have through GOG and it does it. Okay. These games that in which this is this happening through GOG, not through Steam? Where's that happening? Yeah, Polim says good. You're good. Organizing shit these days for my trip, but just chilling right now. Dude, how are you feeling about your trip? Are you anxious? I would be anxious, dude, not gonna lie. Polim says, how about you, recharged? I am not recharged, dude. And I just came back just for the sake of keeping momentum and trying to be disciplined. I am definitely not recharged yet. But I'm happy that you're good, dude, and I hope your trip goes well. So Slow says, did I hear GOG? G-O-G? Yeah, G-O-G, GOG. Dude, Fernor, when you're running this game which has this issue about loading, where are you loading it from? From Steam or from GOG? I'm installing it from GOG to my Steam Deck with Heroic Launcher, and it does it there. But I have installed our demo from Steam and the same thing. Okay, dude. The demo that you're installing... Okay, let me ask you something. The demo that you are installing, are you installing it with... do you send the build yourself, or are you downloading it from the Steam server? Or are you testing it on your directly, sending like the build from the computer or through the Steam server? Which of both? Saniac says almost at the finish line, buddy. Yeah, okay, dude. So I hope that it goes well for your new secret game. You can come here to the channel whenever you want, dude, to share your new game. Darna says it's good you're streaming today, dude. I would say yes, dude. And I'm not gonna lie, dude. I almost didn't do it. I am still not feeling it. I am doing it just for being disciplined. Yeah, because it was too many days not doing it. Polyphone says, you're a bit nervous because of the craziness going on over there, but trying to just take it easy. There's nothing I can do about that. Yeah, it's a bit crazy, dude. It's a bit crazy, and I totally get what you're talking about. But yeah, you can do anything about it, right? It's totally true. Okay, let me see this one. Floor 1. So this one, floor 1. Set material. On material index, do I have a transparent material? Matte full transparency. Yeah, full transparency. Okay, there it is. So let me see if this kind of works. Okay, let me read the comments. Fernor Game says downloaded it from the store. Okay, dude. So does this happen every time, dude, or only sometimes? Also, Saynek says no for you. Nah, dude, I am not almost at the finish line. No, not at all, dude. It's like 5 months still to release this game. Yeah, I am aiming to release it in the next 5 months. So I am not close to the finish line for all of the things that I still have to do to have it ready, dude. Yeah. So no, not at all, dude. And I don't feel close to the finish line. No, I don't feel. You're saying that I am almost. I don't feel like I'm close to the finish line, dude. I was. Okay, I'm gonna talk about this. Paul of him says, oh, been fucking around with Unreal Engine a lot this past like 3 to 4 days, not gonna lie. I'm liking it more and more. I use it. Take things easy, man. Don't crash and burn. Yeah. That's what I was gonna say, Paul of him. Technic says, yes, you are. It may seem like that in terms of time, in terms of months, dude, but it doesn't feel like that in terms of hours, like the amount of hours that I'm gonna have to put to finish it this year. Yeah, so it may look like not that much, but it's gonna be a lot. That's what why I'm gonna get back to what Polyphim said. So Slow says, by the way, I wanted to mention something. Okay, dude, what do you want to mention? Fernor says, I have uninstalled it and reinstalled it, and it's every time. We are going to go back into the demo and do some more optimizations and bug fixes, so we will try this again. Okay, Fernor Games. I received an email a while ago from Steamworks. Let me see, dude, because I was doing some playtesting on my game. Steamworks. Let me see, dude. Okay, your title. Let me find this. Give me a sec. You have a new message from the Steam team. View message. Let me see, dude. Let me see. Ah, shit. I'm trying to log in to my Steam developer account. Okay. Let me see if I can find that message, dude, so I can show you something that they told me. It is not longer accessible. Ah. Fuck. Okay, dude. Okay, let me find that Steamworks. Okay, dude. Okay, I found the message. Okay, so when I was like, okay, let me open up this one in an image so I can see the chat. Okay, so this is what Steam told me while I was playtesting the game, dude. Let me show you this. I'm getting back to chat. Okay. Segnek says, it will be super stressful as it gets closer. Every detail, every bug will be the most tedious part. It is already stressful, dude. And tedious. And it's not close. And it is already like that. Polymic says, new trailer was great, man. Watch the whole showcase and yours definitely stood out. Thank you, Polyphim. That really means a lot, dude. I really appreciate it, dude. I really burned out myself for that trailer. Shit. And that's what I was gonna tell you, dude. Getting back to what I was gonna tell you about crashing and burning. I figured out, dude, these last few days, working on that stuff, that yeah, dude, I am gonna have to cut back the hours of live streaming, because I really crunched on those days. And even though I crunched, I was like, holy shit, dude. Even if you crunched, you didn't make the type of progress that you're gonna have to make to finish this game. I really figured it out. And I was like, okay, dude, you're gonna have to change your schedule and the hours that you're gonna have to put into this game to finish it in the next months. Yeah, dude, because I was really crunching, and even that I crunched, I was like, holy shit. Even with all of those hours, this was the progress that I made. Yeah, dude, it really put things into perspective, that I'm gonna have to like put in way more hours. Darkness says, same, it was awesome, dude, thank you for watching the trailer. Ferner says, I didn't get that email. Okay, dude, let me open it up. So it says, during our review, the app failed to launch on Windows due to some missing dependencies. Maybe doesn't have to do with Windows or Linux or shit. It says that these dependencies are caught by the Unreal Engine launcher. However, we ask that to resolve this, we have editors. You can view the change, but to go to the app admin and select the installation redistributables. Please publish this change before releasing your app by the Publish tab. You have to add these things, it says. Did you add that before releasing the demo, dude? Yeah, they told me that. I didn't know about that. Katahua says, what's up? How are you, dude? Thank you for coming back to the channel. So Slow says, I think I'm gonna stop working on my current game because it's too big of a project currently for now. But I'm gonna work on a smaller game and come back to it when I got more skills in Godot. Although I learned a lot for now, dude. That is not bad. So Slow, you know your skills, dude. You know how things are. You know how much you can stretch your mind, your brain, your time and shit. And there are some projects that are not meant to be finished. They are learning projects, and you get to the next learning project, and then you're gonna figure out that you want to finish one of those. This was the project, that project for me, Spaceman Memories. But I had plenty of learning projects before this one, so I wouldn't feel bad about that one. So Slow. Ferner says, I screenshot that and I'll look into it. I'll send you the image also on Discord, dude. Shoot me a direct message and I'll send you the image. Polyphene says, of course, man, been there with lots of illustration jobs. You are opening the game dev third eye and seeing the fucked up truth. So what's up with Steam? Does the build have issues? No, mine doesn't. Fernor Games was talking about an issue. Mine has been running fine when I play tested, both through Steam and both through uploading the build through my computer, even if it's an Unreal Engine game, because Fernor Games has been having this issue about their game. Okay, so this is not happening. Okay. Floor 1. Yeah. We've got a couple of... Yeah. Oh shit, what the fuck does this have? Different material slots. Shit. Okay, let me analyze this one. Darna one says, do you need to just drop a few messages in your Discord so we know you're okay, and if you need to chat, we're all here for you and supporting you. Thank you, Darna one. Yeah, no, dude, I'll let you people know. I'm gonna keep streaming, dude. I'm gonna keep streaming, but I'll definitely have to cut down the hours. It's not... I was telling a friend earlier that it's not only the 3 hours of streaming when you do streaming, it's like the hour before, because you gotta like chill down and stretch and shit, and also the hours after in which you have to decompress. So those hours get taken from like very focused type of work, which is the one that I'm gonna need in the next few months to finish this game. And I was like, holy shit, dude, even with all of this crunch, you didn't make all of the progress that you thought you were gonna make, and it really put things into perspective. I almost wasn't part of the showcase, people. Yeah, because I sent my trailer late, like very late, but it's because it wasn't ready. Yeah, it wasn't ready, the trailer. I sent it until it was ready. And I was crunching. And even with that crunch, it seems like I am gonna need to crunch even more. Polyphim says, also the stream takes time. Work and focus for whatever you're doing. Yes, Polyphim, it does take time. Work and focus from whatever you are doing. For me, it would be a game, right? I come here and make progress and shit and be social and hang out with friends, which is very helpful towards my mental health, I would say. But it is not, and I have said this before in the past, it is definitely not my most productive time of the day. Yeah, I can openly say that, as bad as it may sound. And it's just how my brain works, people. I do not have the type of brain to be like extremely productive on a stream. I know that other people can do it. I cannot do it. I need like full focus and alone time to make serious progress. I come here to hang out, make some progress, some chill light progress on the game, but it's definitely not where I figure out many hard things about game development. Saying access on YouTube, this is why I didn't do devlogs for 1 year. Yes. That dude, yeah, totally, fucking totally. I totally get what you're saying. Yeah, this has been a philosophical, personal thing that I've been thinking about. Because I had been wondering, why hasn't any of these successful game developers been a famous streamer or a famous content creator? Because you cannot do both, it seems, dude. Yeah. As shitty as it may sound, dude, you are gonna have to cut down on one of the two things at some point. Whether you're gonna be trying to be a full-time content creator or a full-time game developer, but not both. If you're a full-time content creator, it's gonna be very hard to finish games. Yeah, okay, now it's working. Yeah, it's gonna be very hard to finish games. And if you're a full-time game developer, you are not gonna get a lot of traction in your social media channels. It is just how it is. Yeah, dude, it takes time and energy, one or the other. Fernor says, Game Maker's Toolkit seems to have found their niche, being a content creator and a game dev. Yes, dude, but at the same time, does Game Maker Toolkit has released a game like Celeste or Animal Well or Undertale or Stardew Valley? No, right? Yeah. So he may have had some traction, dude, of releasing games and shit because of the channel. But they haven't released a really big game that became a big game just by itself, by the name of the game. Polyphim says, yeah, priorities. Yeah, dude, it seems like you're gonna have to prioritize at some point whatever the fuck you're doing. Segnek says, once you become full-time dev, you can balance, but you will have to manage a tight schedule. It is. Further says that this game has some Balatro energy. No, I know, dude, and I really like this channel. I really like Game Maker's Toolkit, but whichever success they have, dude, it's because of how big the channel is. And I am not taking any credit from them, but Game Maker Toolkit, I would put them here. Other people like the guy from Balatro, from Schedule 1, from Celeste, the team, it seems like they are very different things, dude. And at some point you're gonna have to decide which you wanna get close to become. I don't think I am gonna become that famous, dude, and I don't think that I'm gonna become that successful as like fucking Schedule 1 and shit. It would be really cool to be like that, dude, but I try to be realistic, right? But I would say, dude, that if I had to ask myself in the future, what is like the thing that I would like to have more satisfaction from. And if you ask me, would you ask yourself what you want it to be? If it was to release the best game possible that you could make, or to be the best content creator that you could be, every time I would answer to you, I would prefer to make the best game possible, dude. Yeah, and it seems like at some point you gotta decide. Polyphim says he ain't a streamer and his content is not like weekly or daily. Even so, Polyphim, even so, he is a big YouTuber, and I don't take credit from the guy. I really love his content, but it does take a toll. Yeah, whichever content creation does take a toll, dude. Segniak says correct. YouTube is a big help. Create with no expectations. Yeah, Polyphim says also his content also feels like research for a game dev, so he's killing two birds with one stone also. Yeah, it's a different thing. Fernor says, yeah, I wish I could go into a cave, then just release a game to success. Yes, I would also wish I could go into a cave, dude. Have you people seen this documentary? Let me see this one, dude. Animal Well documentary. It's a really good one. You should go and check it out. If you're into game development, go and check out this documentary. This is a really good one. And at some point, the creator of Animal Well, Billy Basso, this guy, let me find the guy. This guy. Where are you? Okay, this guy, he says that the best point, like one of the best points in the process of making a game for him, like creatively, mentally and shit, was when he got other people to manage the marketing and the business side of the game, because he could go into his own world and not be a public persona and finish the game. That's what helped him focus on making the game good. And yeah, dude, you would have to have a really good brain, big ass fucking brain, to be a really good content creator and also an extremely good game dev. It's hard, dude. That shit is hard. And I know that I cannot be both. So I am gonna have to focus on the next few months on making a decent game, not the best game in the world. I just want to release a nice, decent, fun game that may sell decently, because I don't want to look back, dude, in the future and say to myself, okay, dude, you fucked up because you were worried about being a content creator. Yeah, it may sound ungrateful, and I am not being ungrateful towards you people being here. I really appreciate it. But my dream was always making a game, making a good game. And that's the one that I'm gonna have to prioritize, like what Polyphim was saying. Polyphim says, I like to go to Adam Unis from time to time. His game seems to keep getting bigger and more complex. Look like it's gonna take like 5 more years or something. Yes, Polyphim, that is an interesting case. I like the guy also. Only Hans says, hi everyone, how are you, Only Hans? I was just talking about you earlier, that I wasn't gonna stream today, but you, after the talk that we had, I felt compelled to come back to streaming. Darna says, I understand, bro. Yeah, thank you, dude. Segniak says, making games bigger than content creation. Maybe, dude, maybe for you that may be true. For me, it's a bigger thing for me and a more important thing for me, and I wouldn't judge anyone in which content creation is bigger for them and more important. Polyphim says, did you set Nerdy as straight? Yeah, Only Hans was like, are you gonna stream, dude? And that question really sent me into an existential crisis that pushed me to come back to streaming. Only Hans says hola to Polyphim. No, but yeah, what Polyphim was saying, that is a good example, dude. I love Adam Unis. But dude, I have to finish this game, dude. I cannot be like making this game for 5 years or 8 years or 9 years, dude. Not. I have to get this out of the way and keep on going with my life. And trying to become a big content creator would just be procrastinating that fact. Onlyhan says, I set him straight. Yes, she did. Segnac says, peace out. Best of luck. Oh, you're leaving, dude? Best of luck to you also, Segnac. Have a good weekend, dude. Appreciate it. Polyphene says, oh, shit. Did I need spank? No, dude. Do you like getting spanked, Polyphene? Okay, people. This is working. But yeah, it's not doing what I... Yeah. Should I just use the masking, dude, of that other shit? Okay, let me see. Let me change this one. Let me find these trees. Okay, where the fuck are you? No, the tories. Yeah, buildings. 31 masked. Okay, so this one. Yeah, let me check out this material. Okay, so this one I am gonna copy all. No, I'm gonna copy the whole material. Yeah, let me copy this one. Let's bring it here. Let me try something here. Only hands laughing. Yeah, I needed shit. Polyman says, yeah, I also don't want to work just one thing for 5 years. Yeah, not only because dude, I would have no problem working on Spaceman Memories for 5 years or 10 years. I am not gonna lie. But financially wise, dude, yeah, no, it doesn't work, dude. It is not realistic. So I cannot be playing around with being the game dev guy for many years and yeah, being in the same financial situation of taking these risks. So yeah, I wouldn't have an issue, dude, of making a game for 10 years. Or a short film or a long film or anything. I wouldn't have an issue if I had like the financial stability for that. But in reality, it's not like that, right? Paulo says, by the way, how do you find the blueprints you need? Do you memorize them all? I don't know, dude. I do not memorize them all. Okay. Yeah, this is a very broad question. So, could you be more specific? Like, in which type of cases are you referring to? How to find the blueprint? So Slow says, gotta to go for MB for the cringe. Bye. Okay, so Slow, thank you for coming, appreciate it. Darna says, so that's why Nerdy keeps moving around so much. Only Hans, did you use a whip? What the fuck are you talking about? Shut up, Darna. Paul says, I mean, I'm not immortal and want to create all sorts of things or not just one game, so I gotta start now. Yeah, no, also me, dude. I want to finish this game and shit. It'd be cool, dude, if I could like do it for extend the universe and shit for more years and shit. It wouldn't bother me, dude, but I gotta finish it at this point. Grimeshine TV says, what's up, Fulios? How are you, Grimeshine? Thank you for coming, dude. How's your game development going? We were just talking about existential crisis in game development, dude. How are you, dude? What about you? What is your current existential crisis in game development, Grimeshine? Okay, people. Oh, shit. These trees. These damn trees. Yeah. Nah, these trees are problematic, dude. Yeah. Let me fire up Crocotile because these trees are problematic. Yeah. Yeah, I am gonna go and find this model. And I am gonna change it. Yeah, this should all be one whole fucking match and just one fucking material. Yeah, I'm gonna fix this one. So Slow says, wait, before I go, where did the chat avatars go? Okay. Ah, shit, dude. They seem to be going somewhere. And I don't know why that happens on Steam, on Mac OS. Paul says, I guess learning what Blueprint does, but it's like learning the syntax in a language. Yes and no, dude. Sometimes you can do many things with different type of blueprints, like the same thing. So it very much depends on your knowledge. Because sometimes I make shit in my stupid ass way of doing it, and then someone that knows way more than me about blueprints are like, oh, you could have used this node to make that very complex fucking spaghetti code that you were making. So I don't know, dude. I don't memorize blueprints. I just swing it and go figuring out shit throughout the way, moving things around to see what works and what doesn't. Oh shit, that is a deep question, dude, about Unreal Engine, and I don't know how to answer it. Crimeshine, what are you working on today, dude? Okay, let me see. Let me fire up BlockBench also. Yeah, this is an old model, one of the first things that I was doing in 3D. And yeah, I wasn't making these models in the right way because I was like bringing different pieces and then building them inside Unreal Engine. So I had different material slots for one stupid ass model just because it had different pieces. Yeah, Grimeshot says the same 15 blueprint nodes are used in 80% of all use cases. Not wrong, Grimeshine. Yeah, Polyfilm, Grimeshine is not wrong. You're gonna be reusing many of the same blueprints. So there's gonna be a point where you're not gonna have to be memorizing anything. You're just gonna know which are the ones that you need to use. Okay, people, let me see. Where the fuck are you, Crocotile? It's been a while. So let me find Crocotile. Yeah, let me find this model, these trees. Shit, yeah. This is an old one. Yeah. I should have fixed this shit before. Okay, let me go and find that model. Polyfilm says, I get what you mean, because the exercises I've been following, I end up changing things quite differently because I find it more optimal in my way rather than the way from the example shown. Ah, shit, dude, yeah. Where are you learning these exercises, by the way? Okay, let's find that tree. Round 3 1 version 3. What the fuck is this? Okay, so this was the model when I made it in Crocotile, right? Let me load another one. Okay, yeah, we've just got that one there. Let me see this one. Yeah, this was just... What the fuck was I doing here? I cannot remember how was I doing this. Round 3 is here. What the fuck is this one? Like this? Leaves, trunk. Okay, let me see in Unreal Engine how many pieces does this have. 1 2 3 trees, round green tree. Now this one, round green tree. Okay, trunk. Yeah, there we have the pieces for this one. Yeah, this is when I was starting making 3D shit, and I was bringing different pieces and then turning them into one whole thing here in Unreal. Paul says on component begin overlap, box collision. Yeah, that one you're gonna be using it a lot. New Joker 6, what's up? Yep, that's green. Which one? How are you, dude? Polygon says just YouTube, finish a blueprint beginner tutorial the other day, learn basic shit. Have you read the documentation of Unreal Engine, dude? Only Hand says Grimeshine will be back shortly. He's barfing right now. Shit. Okay, we're gonna wait for Grimeshine. Polygon says, let me see if I can record the stupid thing I did. Okay, dude, send it over. Okay, people, so let me see what the fuck was I doing here, and how did I do this? Yeah, this was a while ago. Do I have a merged mesh of this? Round green tree, round blue tree. Okay, I do have a static mesh of that one. Does this carry the UVs? I suppose it does, right? Okay, let me export this one. Documents, Unreal, Spaceman Memories, round 3, merged. What is this, an FBX? That's interesting. Okay, I want the OBJ. This is a merge that I did here inside Unreal Engine. Yeah, Anya Gamer says, hi dude, I am Anthony. I changed my name because people keep on thinking I am someone else. How are you, Anthony Gamer? Yeah, dude, I remember you. How have you been? It's been a while. Polyphim, we've got Anthony here. Polyphim says, only some bits from the official documentation. I need visuals. Like, show me an example, bitches. Dude, I am also visual. But there are certain parts of the documentation that I wouldn't skip, because they are gonna show you how to make things in the right way. Yeah, and I've seen many tutorials also that don't do things in the way of that documentation. New Joker says, I'm good. The tool I was making for trading card games card shop, see my finished and uploaded on Nexus. Currently up to 171 total downloads. Can you send the link here, dude? On the chat? Polymer says 5.6 preview feels nice. Unreal Engine, right? Are you using megalites? Anna Gamer says, I'm good. That's really cool. Anthony, what have you been up to, dude? It's been a while, dude. Okay, let me go to fucking BlockBench. Let me open up that model that I exported. Let me cancel this one. Let's import OBJ. Okay, I'm gonna leave this one scale out 1. Interior, Spaceman Memories, front. Getting back to chat, people. Give me a sec. Round 3 merge. Okay. Round 3. Oh, wow. Why the fuck do we have 2 meshes? Do we have a material for this? No material, right? Okay, let's confirm. Okay, there's the 3. Does this carry the UVs? It does seem to carry the UVs, right? Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so what the fuck is this? Okay, I can delete this one. That is the whole mesh. And what is this? Okay, this is nothing. Okay, so this is how those streets look, people. New Joker sent it. Okay, I'm gonna wait for the ad break to end. Polymic says no megalites yet. No. So why do you think that Unreal Engine 5.6 feels nice? What is a nice thing that you're feeling about that one? Okay, let me see, people, if this carries the UVs that I had in Crocotile and I am bringing now through Unreal Engine to BlockBench. The fuck. Aseprite. Okay, I think, yeah. Okay, let me import the texture. Real round 3. Ah, shit, nah. Yeah, this is a fucking mess. Shit. Yeah, this is a mess. Yeah. How am I gonna have to fix this one? Yeah, this is when I was starting with 3D, Crocotile, and Unreal. I was making things in a very stupid way. Not like I stopped doing things in a stupid way, but I was doing it in a more stupid way. So let me think about what's happening here. Yeah. Okay. Let me make the UVs for this shit. Ah, fuck, dude. This is gonna be a big ass fucking texture. Okay, let me fire up Aseprite. Yeah. Let's see if I can figure this one out. Polymic says, by the way, took like 25 minutes first time to fire up on my laptop, just that first, but dang, that is not uncommon. It's because it's gonna compile many things the first time on Unreal Engine is firing up a new project and shit. Yeah, that would be not uncommon on a laptop. Polymic says, project I was messing around with gives me a couple of let me see, of more than 5.5 on the GTX 1060 laptop. Werner says, what's the problem? Okay, I'll tell you, dude. New Joker says, whoa, let's get stupid. Yeah, let's get stupid. Okay, dude, let me check out your link now that we are back from the ad break. Okay, so this is our friend New Joker 6 trading card game released in Nexus mods. So you can go and check it out there on the chat. Yeah, dude, you've got a couple of downloads and views and shit. That's really cool, dude. Happy for you that you were able to release this one, dude. Have you received any comments, dude? What are people saying about your tool? Happy for you, dude, that you were able to release this stuff. Good shit, dude. Thank you for sharing. Really, really, really appreciate it. New Joker 6. Further games. So when I started remaking this game in 3D, dude, I didn't know how to make many things. Yeah, so these trees, dude, they weren't just one mesh. They were different pieces that I brought as separate pieces and then merged them inside Unreal Engine. Yeah, so see, these trees are these pieces. These ones, then I knew how to make things, right? I was less stupid. But this one were different pieces. Just one tree, I was bringing these different meshes. And each mesh had their own material. And each mesh has their own material slot. And now that makes things very, very, very fucking tricky. If you want to swap materials in a blueprint. So, yeah. I now gotta fix these meshes. To not be like that, to be just one mesh and one material. And I'm gonna go and have to fix the UVs and shit. Yeah, dude. So that's what I'm gonna try to do. The Joker says, "Yup, you can see the post tab." Oh, okay, dude. Let me go and check that out. Posts. Yeah, people have been talking about your stuff, right? Yeah, people are discussing your tool, right? Congratulations, dude. Yeah, check this one out. Holy crap, this just saved me so much time. Thank you very much. Yeah, also a bit of feedback, right, and stuff. Yeah, good for you, New Joker 6. Was it hard to finish the tool, dude? Bernard says, so yeah, you're probably best to do that out of Unreal. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This was when I started using Unreal and when I started doing 3D modeling to make this game. That tree is one of my first things that I made. Yeah, this green and blue tree. I was learning Crocotile, I was learning Unreal, so I didn't know how to make things in the right way. So yeah, I'm gonna go and fix that model, dude, in BlockBench. Okay, BlockBench, here you are. So let me see. So where the fuck are these faces? No. Yeah. Where are all of these? Where is this? Nah, this doesn't carry the UVs. I can see it doesn't carry the UVs, yeah. Oh shit, let me think about this. Nah, it didn't do what I thought it was gonna do. So I'm gonna have to do this in Crocotile, I think. New Joker says, nope, not too hard to finish your tool, right? Mostly just trying to not to forget anything and pretification process. I also added the suggestions people asked for, so yay, I actually liked my theme for my tool so much I made it my Godot theme. It looks like a cool theme, dude. It's easy on the eyes. So happy for you, dude. Must not be easy to finish a tool and release it to the public, right? Okay, let me think about this shit, people. Shit. Where the fuck are you, Crocotile? Okay, so what if I do it here? Okay, let me duplicate this one. Clone object. Let's move it up. Did it clone it? No, it didn't do shit. Nah. Just clones the object, not like the faces. Darno says, looks cool, Joker. Congratulations. It does look cool, dude. Congratulations. Okay. Leaves. Shit, dude. Yeah, so the UVs don't work. I'm pretty fucking sure. Cause shit. Yeah, what a fucking mess. Just one fucking tree, dude. Shit. What a fucking mess. How stupid of me. How I made this in the past. But you learn. You learn. That's the process. You make stupid decisions. And progress is making less stupid decisions each new day. You're gonna keep making them. Okay, dude. Clone object. Delete object. What? I thought clone object was gonna like clone the fucking thing. No, it isn't doing that. Okay, let me see. Let me copy that one here. Leaves. Okay, let me edit object. Select all of those faces. Hide that one. Let me delete this one. Okay, delete object instance. Paste those faces. Yeah, these are not part of an object. Let's create a new object on this one. Let's enable that one back. Yeah, okay, there we have it. Now we have both. Lorna says never played the trading card game. I was making a real life one. Yeah, you told me, go for it. And I Gamer 24 says, I am working on a new project in Roblox Studio. I might put the old project I was working on in my new project. What is this new project about, Anthony? Thank you for sharing it. How has Roblox been for you? Yeah, you had told me before, right, that you were gonna work in Roblox. Oh, shit, dude. Oh shit, the music stopped. That is just random, people, so I am very, very sorry that sometimes happens. Okay, we are back. Ah, fuck. Let's paste these faces and let's create a new object out of those ones also. Okay, there it is. Okay, let me move this one up. My god, am I remaking this tree, dude? Shit. What a fucking mess. I just go and use one of the other trees that I made in BlockBench and shit. Yeah. This seems to be way too much of a hassle. Maybe yes, maybe not. Let's try it. Fuck it. Okay, let me rotate this one. What the fuck do you have your pivot point there, dude? Okay, Darkness says, I thought you were gonna sing them, Nerdy. I was gonna sing what, dude? The Joker says, I also put it on each. More traffic on Nexus, of course. But did get a 5 out of 5 star rating on each from someone. So I'll take it. Yeah, dude. It's sad, dude, because itch.io is a good idea. But it's so hard to get exposure there. Yeah, Darkness says, would it be easier to remake it? I don't know, dude. Bernard says, I have never seen this program before. I'm all Blender. What is this? This is Crocotile3D, my friend. It is a low poly, low poly pixel art modeling type of software. And on this one, you model with the texture. Like you select a part of the texture, dude, and then you go and start placing faces. That is how Crocotile works. Yeah, check this out. So you have to think before about the texture, instead of like modeling first and then doing unwrapping and then applying the texture. So this one, it's the opposite way of working. And I like it, dude. But I've gotten in love with BlockBench. But I still do like Crocotile3D in its own way for many, many things. Okay, let me find this thing. Okay, let me save this one. This was gonna be round 3 V4 already. Shit, dude. Okay, let's reload it. Okay, let me try to rotate this one. Yeah. Why the fuck is that? Is the pivot point there? Where do I move pivot points here? Camera. Gizmo alignment. No, not that one. Gizmo toggle. Not that one. Gizmo move. Yeah, I am trying to rotate that one. The thing is that it's rotating it from the wrong place. Oh, I'm fucking stupid, dude. Yeah, I know what the fuck I'm doing wrong. I am fucking stupid. All of him says it's garbage, but hey, let me go and check this out. Bernard says, if I had these textures, I could make the tree in like 10 minutes, but I am really comfortable with my workflow. No, I know, dude, I know. I also could make this tree in like 10 minutes, but this is from a long time ago. And I am using this model in many places on my game. So, yeah, it would be easier in a way to like refactor the model. Let me see what Polyphim sent. It's garbage, but hey. Oh, this is Polyphim's work. Shit. In Unreal Engine, dude. Shit. Oh shit, a lot of things are happening here, dude. Dude, you've been grinding. I can see many things happening with blueprints. All of those rotations, you've been watching tutorials. Yeah. Good shit, Polyphim. Polyphim says, I later tried rebuilding things without the tutorial to practice and added sounds and FXs and more things. I can see that. I can see that. Shit. Shit, dude, you've got those animations and shit and picking up and putting a helmet. Yo, Polyphim, you I don't say this just because I'm using Unreal Engine. You got explosions. You should stay in Unreal Engine, dude. Yeah. Hot take. Ferner says, I get you. Yeah, dude. Yeah, so I am looking to refactor the model instead of like building it from scratch as easy as it could be with the texture. The thing is that when I was doing these things, check this out. I was using different textures instead of using the same one. So I was using a texture for one part of the mesh, another texture for that trunk. And that was a messy workflow. That was me figuring things out. That was me not knowing how to make things. Darna one says, looks cool, Polyphim. It does look cool, dude, your progress. You should stay in real, dude. You're making good progress. So, yeah, what a fucking mess this is. Let me think about it. Why the fuck was I using two fucking textures for this shit? I am fucking stupid. Darno says, which I could get back into doing things in Blender or Unreal. Yeah, dude. But you should enjoy your own process in DayZ, dude. It's still game development. Even if it's mod in another game, it's still game development. Yeah, so yes. So no. Oh fuck. Okay, no, I am gonna have to go with BlockBench. No, I cannot do that I can clearly see I cannot do that in Crocotile. Or yes or no. Or maybe yes. Okay, let me fire up Aseprite. Fuck. Shit. All of him says, thanks man, just tutorial stuff, but I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks to you for sharing, dude. New Joker says, speaking of Blender, I found a dev on YouTube this morning that edits their videos in Blender. Many people edit their videos in Blender, dude. It has its own built-in video editor. Yeah, I wouldn't do it, right? Because it sounds like overkill and hard. But many people do it. Okay, let me find that. Unreal, Spaceman Memories. No, the fuck is that, dude? Real. Okay, here it is. So, round 3. Let me open up this one and let's extend this shit. So this one's gonna be canvas size. Let's extend it with 96 by 2. 96 times 2 would be 192. 192 on the width. 192 on the width. Okay, there it is. So now I'm gonna bring this one here. Ah shit, now it's smaller, right? Okay, let me think about this. Anthony Gaming says hi on YouTube. Hi on YouTube, Anthony. Thank you for coming on YouTube also. What? So you didn't tell me, Anthony, about your Roblox game, dude, and what you were meaning to work on your new Roblox game. yeah, let me think about this shit. Yeah, let me cut this one. Let me open up this one. Round 3. Yeah, I'm gonna open this one. Yeah, I'm gonna have to have everything on the same texture. Yeah. Okay, there it is. And let's extend the canvas down 92. It would be the same thing, right? 192. And here I could have, okay, let me see this one. Okay, I may do this in Crocotile. Let's see. Okay, let's say I'm gonna leave all of this blank space. Polymer says Limbo is free this week on the Epic Store. By the way, the game Barak 5 worked. Shit. Yes, by the way, people, Limbo and Tiny Tina Wonderland is free on the Epic Game Store if you want to go and grab them. Really, really cool games, both of them. So make sure to not lose this opportunity. Anthony Gaming says, still thinking on my project. I have stuff, but it's not working yet. I am scripting it tomorrow. What is not working on your Roblox game, Anthony Gaming? Okay, let me save this shit. Round 3. This one's gonna be round 301. Full. I'm just gonna fucking name it full because it's the full tree now. Let me replace this one. This is gonna become a mess right now because I'm gonna fuck up the UVs, but let me see if I can't fix them right here. Okay, replace tile set with this one. Okay, that's the mess that I knew that was gonna happen. But let me select all of these faces. Let me edit this object. Let's select all of those faces. Let's go into UVs and let's, yeah, nah, this is a fucking mess, dude. Yeah, fucking tree, stupid as fucking tree. I may also be not logged in, people. Yeah, I am not gonna lie. I am way too chill today. So what are you people doing on the weekend, by the way? Oh shit, stupid as fucking tree, piece of shit, motherfucker. Oliver says, okay, oh, now I see what the mod caught my message. Didn't know that was not a slur. The way I misspelled epic. Yeah, I didn't know also that was a slur, dude. I just knew that you were talking about the Epic Game Store. Yeah. The fuck, dude. So, but it seems these are the same UVs. You Joker says, I don't know, probably record next week's video over the weekend. That's what you're gonna do. What is the next video gonna be about on your YouTube channel, dude? Polymer says, contemptuous term for a Spanish speaking person from Central or South America or the Caribbean. What? Am I that person? I didn't know I was that person, Polyfim. I wouldn't take an offense on that one. Yes, I may be that person. A contemptuous term for a Spanish speaking person from Central America. I could be that person. Okay, so the UVs seem to be the same ones that we have here. That's interesting. Okay, so let me import the texture. Let's try it here. Round 3. Let me open up this one and let's apply it. Also, let me see. M tools, triangulate to quadrilaterals. No, M tools, triangles to quadrilaterals. No. No, I shouldn't do that one. I think triangles are okay with this one. Okay, let me delete this shit. Let me apply this texture. Okay, we've got a bit of a mess happening there, right? The fuck, dude. Shit. Okay, let's do it by hand. Shading solid. Okay, let me select all of these faces on the top. Following says ethnic slur, offensive term for persons of Latin American descent. Dang. Am I one? Maybe I wouldn't be offended. I didn't know it existed. Where the fuck do all of these slurs come from, dude? Shit. Dude, it's crazy. Many slurs exist and we don't even know they exist and they are referring to us. Crazy shit. New Joker says, well, the next one, your next video goes live tomorrow, showing people 2 ways to click on objects in 3D space. The one I'll be recording to go up after that will probably be showing people how they can put multiple scripts on an object node, because a node only allows you to just script on it. But I have my own work around for that. Okay, dude. So make sure to share it on the Discord also, New Joker 6, your new video, so we can go and watch it. Dustin Nab says, hey, been watching because I am looking at the same style. I'm wondering what kinds of things you make in Crocotile versus BlockBench. Aren't they 2 tools for the same thing? Yes, Dustin. How are you? Thank you for coming, dude. I appreciate it. Yes, that may be true. And also, no, that may also not be true. Many things, like I'll show you. One of the things that I could have made in BlockBench, but I wouldn't have made in BlockBench. Yeah, because sometimes it's better for me to think about the texture first and then do the modeling. Okay, let me see. Tower, crocodile. Nah, not this one. This one. No, I would. Yeah, I could have made this in both of them. Yeah. But the thing is that I started with Crocotile. Dustin, I didn't know BlockBench existed until I started streaming. People started coming to the streams and told me about BlockBench. So now, yes, I mostly use BlockBench, not gonna lie, but many things. Let me show you a very specific model. Okay, let me see. Load scene, tower. What the fuck was the name of that model, dude? No, I don't know. Where's this model, dude? Yeah, let me find it. Tower, and blue tower. Oh shit, dude. Watchtower. Yeah. Load recent, load scene. Okay. Watch tower. Okay, here it is. Okay, for example, this one, dude. I could definitely do this in BlockBench, but it was way easier for me to think about making the texture first, like what you're seeing here, and then just applying the faces in a very easy way and not do any UV unwrapping. So when I wanna not do the UV unwrapping of a model, I would go with Crocotile, because it would be easier for me to think about it. But if I want to go through if I need to go through the hassle of UV unwrapping, I would go with BlockBench. But this one, I could have made it in both of them. I made it in Crocotile, and they may be for the same thing, but also a couple things. If you get the hang of Crocotile, there are certain specific things that you're gonna like about that one. Yeah. Okay, Pauline says, I guess only racist Americans use them on us. The slurs, I don't hang out with any. Yeah, I remember you trying it out on stream, the famous Froggo. Yeah, the frog, exactly, dude. I wouldn't make the frog in Crocotile. This one, if I had to do it again, I would definitely do it again here in Crocotile. Bit says nerdy racist. He calls us fat Americans. I have never done anything of sort. Shut up. How are you, Bit? Thank you for coming, dude. How has life been? Dustin Knapp says, yeah, I didn't know about BlockBench until I caught your streams. I can totally see how working texture first can help. Thanks to you, Dustin. Thanks to you. What have you been working on, my friend Dustin? Are you making your own game also? Curry says, hola nerdy. What's up, Curry? Thank you for coming, dude. It's been a while, right? Like 5 days, 6 days. I don't know, dude. I feel guilty. I'm very sorry with all of you people, but yeah, it is what it is. How are you, Bit? Curry, how are you? Thank you for coming. Okay, so yeah, let me go back to BlockBench. Yeah, to figure this one out. Let me select all of those faces, and we'll see if I can do that remapping of shit. It seems like the faces, some of those faces are on top of each other and they're the same thing. Yeah, so it may work for some things but not for others. It says, working late. I'm all right. Why are you working late, dude? Why are you crunching? Curtis says, how dare you take time off from streaming? Yes, dude. I know you're joking, but it does feel like that, dude. How dare I take time off? I know you're joking, dude. Don't worry. I get it. But I do feel guilty. Not gonna lie. Anthony says on YouTube, sorry, you're thinking on how to tell you about my project. Don't worry, dude. Bit says deadlines on your work, dude. Are you having like a big release on any software development in your enterprise? Okay. Let me select this one. Yeah, I think I have all of the triangles. Okay. That's... Why the fuck do we have double selections there? Okay, people, shit. Yeah, this became tricky. Texture, let's apply that one, and let me move these UVs here. Yeah, okay, let's change this one to texture. Okay, let's see here. Okay, we may be able to fix this shit. Fucking finally, holy shit. Fuck you. Piece of shit model. Motherfucker tree. Bit says some stuff to finish before Monday on your work, right? Yeah, that's why you have a deadline. Sort of, yeah, like a new release. Polyp says Spaceman Memories is an RPG, JRPG, right? Yeah, it's a JRPG. Not because it has themes of Japan, but because of the mechanics. It's a very broad topic, this JRPG shit, dude. And people can get very, very specific about it. But mostly what you would call JRPG in the 90s was turn-based type of RPGs coming from Japan. And yeah, but yeah, dude, it's a very tricky topic, it seems. Chris says, nerd, if you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be? A type of tree that has his fucking UVs unwrapped in the right way, dude, so you can apply the materials in the correct way. That is the type of tree that I would definitely be, and not this type of stupid ass tree that I made in the past. But if you're asking about reality, I don't even know names of trees. I may know names of trees, but I think I forgot about them, dude. What would be your kind of tree, Corey? I am very sorry, dude, about that answer, but I am mad at this fucking model that I made in the past. Okay, let's move this one up. Ignore. I am gonna ignore that shit right now. Yeah, where the fuck is that coming from? Okay, let me see. Let me check out this one. Okay, there it is. Paul says he's like a palm, coconut trimmer. I would be a coconut tree. There says the JRPGs for Joy. Joy RPG. I am making a Joy RPG. Yeah. So I would define my game as a JRPG. It's a tricky topic, dude. People get like fucking passionate about that topic. Some are like, if it's not coming from Japan, it's not a JRPG. If it's not turn-based, it's not a JRPG. It can have all of the elements and also not be a JRPG. I don't know anymore what a JRPG is, dude. But I use the term because my influences are JRPGs. So fuck it. Fuck the haters and non-believers of the JRPG cult. Okay, where the fuck is this fucking pixel coming from, dude? Where are you, dude? What is that? Ah, yeah. Should I just fucking delete that face? Why is that face there, dude? Why is it like that? Shit, yeah. I'm just gonna fucking delete this face. Shit. That seems fucking dirty. What if I delete this one? Yeah, fuck it. It doesn't matter, those faces. Wow. Okay, so we're having issues with those corner faces and shit. Okay, I'm gonna delete that one also. Yeah, Curtis says, okay, first, Polyphim, Jamaican role-playing games. They could also be Jamaican role-playing games. Curtis says, Scott Pilgrim animated series is an anime ass opinion. Yes, exactly, dude. Those type of ass opinions. Even though it's made by a Japanese studio. Yeah, so what the fuck is anime and what isn't anime, right? That was a really cool show, dude. Fuck yeah. And for me, it's fucking anime, dude. Fuck it. Fuck the haters. Fuck the non-believers. It's anime, dude. It's anime. Okay. Ah, shit. So I cannot do the same thing here. Okay, we're trying to fix this stupid ass tree that I made in the past. I'm insulting the tree, but I should be insulting myself because I did it. The tree didn't made itself. Okay, let me move this vertex down because it's a bit too fucking pointy. Ah, fuck. Those vertices aren't merged. Merge vertices, merge all. No, what the fuck does that do? Merge vertices, merge 193 vertices. Okay, let me see. So what if I move this one down? Yeah, it is merged now. Okay, fuck yeah. So we're kind of fixing this shit. Paulo says game needs a baleada tree. Fuck that type of tree, dude. It doesn't exist, and if it existed, I for fucking sure certainly wouldn't put it in my game. I don't give a fuck, Polyphim, if people cancel me. Polyphim's trying to get me cancelled by people from my country. I know it, dude. And if that does happen, a lot of people around here already do not like me, dude. So it is what it is. Polyphim says, is the game gonna explain why Ichiro uses a shotgun? That is a fucking tricky topic that I haven't realized, Polyphim. The weapon of the spaceman. And I cannot seem to decide on which weapon it should use and why it should use that weapon, and how on which weapons I should swap on the fucking spaceman. Yeah, and the game it will explain that, but I haven't figured out how. Curtis says we love merged vertices. Yeah, we love those, dude. We do love those type of vertices, clean merged vertices. Ah, the fuck is this fucking face, dude? Yeah, these models were a fucking mess, people. Yeah. Look at this fucking mess, dude. What the fuck was I doing in those days? Shit. Yeah, this is an old model, people. I am fixing this model. This is when I was learning Crocotile. Shit. Fuck. Look at all of these fucking faces just hanging in there randomly and shit. Yeah. Paul says, where is Hayes, by the way? I think the guy must be locked in, dude. He must be locked in on his Ben 10 game. The guy was grinding, and I'm happy for him because it seems like he is locked in. Darna One was talking with him these last few days, it seems. Kurt says, if I were a space person, I would use a big rock as a weapon. You think so? Why would you use a big rock as a weapon, dude? You could have the best of technology to use. Okay, shit, fucking ass, stupid tree. I'm swearing way more today than normally, right? And I think I am just frustrated at my own self on being fucking stupid in the past and making stupid ass decisions, doing 3D models. Yeah, so I am paying for my own shit. Okay, let me select all of those ones, and this one would go. Dude, what the fuck? This should have the texture, dude. Let's have the texture. Okay, let me change this one to solid. Dude, is there a way to select all of the fucking faces that are close to each other, dude? Because this seems to be a fucking headache. Paul says it can be beaten with a big piece of paper. You think so, dude? Darna says Hayes has been working on his Ben 10 game. Yeah, what I was telling Polyphene, right? The guy's been locked in, dude. And I totally get it. When you are there, dude, you should keep that momentum going. Don't fall into distractions, because it can derail you. If you get that momentum, don't fucking lose it, dude. It's not hard. It's not easy. It's really hard to get it. Kurt says, okay, Polyphene says, cool, might send in a direct message to check what he's been cooking. Or you could also just join his Discord. He posts there. Hayes has his own Discord. Polyphene, I read that one. Kurt says, there's no paper in space. They haven't invented it yet. Darna one says, I wonder if he listening. No, I don't think so. The guy must be locked in, dude. Okay, let me see. What? This tree is a fucking headache, dude. But I have to fix it. Yeah, because if I fix it, I am gonna have a lot less rock calls in many places that I should have less. Ah, I lost the fucking selection. Fuck me. Ah, shit. Where's this fucking face coming from, dude? Okay. What if I just unselect shit? No. No, right. Or maybe yes. Yeah, maybe unselecting could work. Yeah, could be less time. Yeah, so I know this is tedious, people, seeing me fix this stupid ass model, but I think it's gonna be very helpful to have the clean version of this tree, because I will not have that problem where I am calling 4 fucking meshes for one tree. Yeah, that's how I was doing it. So it's when I was learning. Curtis says, is your game sci-fi or sci-fantasy? I would say that it would be sci-fantasy. Yes, that is a good question, dude. I would define my game as sci-fantasy, not as sci-fi, because it does have sci-fi elements but also fantasy elements from the Japanese folklore. But yeah, dude, I didn't know this term existed, but it does make sense to use it for many things. I would call my game sci fantasy. No, ignore this one. Okay, ignore that shit. Let's get back to texture mode. Texture. Okay. So am I gonna have this one there? Okay. So same shit. Yo, is Grimeshine back? Only Hands, did Grimeshine came back? Only Hands, did you go? Okay. Okay, let me see the Discord to see what people have posted, by the way, because it's been a while since I had been working on live stream, right? Oh, Fernor Games added me on Discord. Thank you for adding me. Yeah, I am gonna send you the image, Fernor Games. Give me a sec if you're still there. Give me a sec. Pictures, screenshots. Okay. Okay, I sent it. Okay, let's see the Discord, what people have been posted on the NerdyPunkDev Discord. If you're wondering which Discord, shit, we're in the middle of an ad break. Okay, I'm gonna wait for the ad to end. Someone says, well, I'm gonna go. Better get the garbage out of the house before it's too late. Take care. Thank you, Polyphim, for coming. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night, dude. Okay, I'm gonna wait for the ad break to end, and then we're gonna go to the Discord. Only Hans says, bye, Polyphim, bye, Polyphim. Yo, there you are, Only Hans. What did you have for dinner, Only Hans? Yeah, what was your Friday dinner? Is Grimeshine locked in right now? Darna one says, bye, Polyphim, bye, Polyphim. Okay, stupid ass tree. Let's finish, you piece of shit. Okay, let me delete this face. I don't know what the fuck is happening with those corner faces, but yeah, they are messed up. Okay. Yeah, same fucking problem here. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so I'm just gonna get rid of that one. Let's merge the vertices like the other part. Okay, so let me select all of the vertices. Merge vertices, merge by distance. Found and merge 200 vertices. Okay, awesome. So now I can move this one down. Yes, there it is. Only Hans says Grimeshine doesn't feel good. Oh, he's a bit sick. Is he having a flu or the stomach? Oh shit, that is so shitty. Yeah, send my love to him and my best energies, and I hope that he gets well very, very soon. Only Hans. Yeah, I hope it's not some type of food poisoning, because that one's shitty. It's shitty to be sick in any way, people, but food poisoning is one of the worst kind of being fucking sick. Okay, awesome. Let's keep going here. Yeah, maybe we're gonna fix this tree fucking finally, dude. Okay, let me find these faces. Oh shit. Somebody posted on the Discord. Let me see. Okay, so no, right. Okay, let's see. We are back from the ad break, so I'm gonna go to the NerdyPunkDev Discord server. If you want to join, there it is in the chat. I just left the link there. Did I leave the link? Yeah, there it is. There it is. Fuzzabot. Yeah, okay, there it is. So this is our friend So Slow, also known as Slow Bro, on Discord, doing some pixel art animation. Good shit, So Slow. Thank you for sharing, dude. This was Aaron TV live streaming the other day, working on his RPG in a box game. Thank you for sharing your streams, Aaron. Appreciate it. This was Joey Toro the other day, working with Unreal Engine, figuring out some water. Check this shit out. Looks really cool, Joey Toro, wherever you are, dude. Thank you for sharing, dude. This is Grimeshine Apple Store, which is called App Hole. Check this out. Yeah, so the guy that we were talking about in chat, also a fellow game developer with Unreal Engine. And this is the Apple Store that he's making for his own game. Good shit. Good shit. Let's see on the general chat. People also posted. This is Seraxis doing some 3D modeling for this really new mini project that he says. What else do we have here? Crazy ass conversations. So I would say that would be, oh, Pixelgen Pixels also working on a monster. Check this out. Low poly blender pixel art textures. Thank you for sharing Pixelgen Pixels wherever you are. That's really cool. Appreciate it, people. Thank you for keeping the place alive. There it is. So if you have anything to share, please let me know and I'll come back and check it out. Okay, let's do the unwrapping of this one. Okay. I think unselecting is easier. Can I unselect the whole edge? No, I cannot, right? Oh, shit. What a fucking mess this is, dude. Shit, this is a headache, people. Making these UVs with all of these triangles and shit and unselecting shit, this is a headache. I am not gonna lie. Okay. Let me see. Darna one says, hope he feels better soon, only Hans. Yeah, we all hope Grindshine can get better soon. We all love the guy. He's the man. Grimeshine's the man. And we wanna see him come back to Unreal Engine, working on the game, right, and stuff. So we hope he gets better very soon. Okay, let me see. What a mess, dude. Fixing these UVs on this model. But yeah, this is the price that you have to pay of doing things in the wrong way when you don't know how to do things. Yeah, so this was me doing the incorrect type of modeling and setting up materials in Unreal Engine through Crocotile and shit. Okay, let's move this one a bit up. No, let's ignore that one. Let's ignore that one. The fuck is this, dude? Okay. Darno says, well, I tried to load up Unreal and will had to reinstall. Why, dude? Onlyhan says, thanks, guys. Thanks to you for giving us the update on Grimeshine. What about you? What are you doing, Onlyhan? Are you just like chilling on the couch with Frida? Okay. Should I? Yeah. I should separate these things. Split this mesh. Yeah, I should split this mesh because then I'm gonna export it as one whole mesh into Unreal as one whole OBJ. So I have no issue in having these things as separate things, and it would be easier for me. Split this mesh and split this mesh. Yeah, let's split this mesh, split mesh, and there we have it. Now we have the trunk. Now we have this one. What is that one? And we have that one. Yeah, cool. Fucking finally, dude. Holy shit. Okay, this one. Let's do the unwrapping on this one. Texture, round 3. I think this one, I am gonna keep this one here. Onlyhan says, yeah, I'm chilling on the couch with Frida. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Onlyhan says, eating Ritz crackers. I love those. Oh shit. Which are you eating, the ones that have cheese or the non-cheese ones? I love Ritz crackers. It's been a couple years because they're fucking expensive here in the third world, these American cookies. But they are good. Dark the one says, it was installed, but for some reason Epic Launcher isn't detecting it. Oh well, might have to take my anger out on DayZ. Okay, Darkna one. Did you try to open the project by itself on the executable instead of opening it through Epic Launcher? Did you try that, dude? Okay, let's do the UVs for this. I think we would be almost set with this. Okay, there it is. Only Hans says, dude, the cheese ones are the best, but sadly I'm just eating the original ones. They're good too. They are good too. Do you remember the mini Ritz crackers with the cheese? There were like this small version that came on a bigger type of bag, but they were mini versions. Those were really good, like mini bites. Darna once has tried both. So you really fucked up the project, dude. You really fucked up your Unreal Engine project. I am very, very sorry for you. Shit, dude. Oh, shit. Darna 1 getting cooked by Unreal Engine. Darna, are you using version control, dude, on your shit? Only Han says, yeah, the mini with the cheese are my favorite. They are good. Those mini bites and shit, right? Yeah, it's been a while since I had Ritz crackers, but those are really, really good cookies, people. Okay, let's apply this texture to this one. We have almost fixed this fucking tree. Okay, let's see. Where the fuck are you, dude? Texture, this one. Oh shit. Okay, let's move all of it down. Why was this like this, dude? This is very, very weird. Yeah, but anyways, let me just try to stretch it. Was it like this? Nah, this wasn't like this. Was it like this? Was it like this? No, that is way too much resolution. Yeah, so how was this tree set up? If it doesn't work, I am just gonna make another texture for this tree and figure it out in a different way. Anthony Gaming says on YouTube, is it fine if I make a video when I am done with my game and you can see it in the video? Because I don't know how to tell you. Yeah, dude, send it over. Send the link over. Dorna one says, nice seeing one of my hard drives with 100 gigabytes again. Wipe out all the crap off. Is that an old hard drive, dude? Why the fuck? Was it a hard drive or a solid state drive? Dorna one says, still my projects just won't load up. Ah, shit, that is really, really scary, dude. You should have some type of cloud backup for many of your important things, dude. Yeah, okay, let me see the unwrapping on this one. Yeah, this is way too much resolution and the unwrapping doesn't look like it. So what the fuck is happening here? Was it like this, dude? No. What about like this? Yeah, no, this is a mess. Okay, let me see what happens here. UV project from view. Yeah, let me try to do this. This may be a bad idea, but let me just see what happens. Okay, so this works from this view, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't work from the other. No, it doesn't look that stupid, even from the view that it's not unwrapped, so it doesn't bother me. I may leave it like that. Yeah, it looks like an interesting trunk. Yeah, that's cool. That is cool. Darna one says hard drive. It's 1,000 gigabyte. Oh shit, dude. Ugh. Why are you still using hard drives? Are they old and you have a lot of important stuff there instead of solid state drives? Darna says when you're new to Unreal, you turn into a hog goblin and want every item going. Yeah. Software Tool says, what is BlockBench for? How are you, Software Tools? BlockBench is this low poly 3D modeling software created. It was created in Mojang for Minecraft modeling, and then they released it openly for people to use it. So it's for low poly pixel art type of textures. So the meshes work better if they are low poly. If you start getting to high poly, the software starts feeling like shit. And also the texturing it's always gonna be non-filtered, and it's yeah, like pixel art and shit. So it is supposed to be used with low resolution type of things. It was created for Minecraft. Yeah, so that is what BlockBench is for. Yeah, it's this one, the one that you're seeing right now on the screen. Yeah, you could do many of these same things in Blender or Maya and shit, but BlockBench can be very practical. Yeah. Darno one says, I was given a 1,000 gigabytes hard drives, and I do have an SSD one as well. Yeah, but hard drives, if they are they good quality hard drives, dude? Because I would be afraid of having important stuff with no backup on a hard drive, and not on one of the ones that have spinning drives, right? Because those fail more, dude. It's not like SSD drives are perfect, but the spinning ones have a higher failure rate. Okay, yeah, this works. I could rotate this a bit to give a bit of variation, I think. Yeah, but I think we fixed this tree. Now it's just gonna be one mesh and one material. We're not gonna have all of those crazy amount of draw calls on just one fucking model. Oh shit, dude, what a mess. Yeah, and it's good that I have it here in BlockBench so I can keep editing it. Software tools. Do you also do 3D modeling? Do you also work in game development? By the way, sorry that I didn't ask you. Okay, let me move this one. Okay, let's export this one to Unreal Engine. Let's see how it looks next to the previous old trees. Okay, round 3. OBJ updated. It's gonna be this one. This one's gonna be M round 301 update. Yeah, I'm just gonna call it update. Software tool says just a hobbyist. I would say I am not a professional, dude. I wouldn't call myself a hobbyist, right? So I try to do this full time and stuff. Not a professional because I don't have the knowledge of a professional. But you're saying you're a hobbyist game developer. You also try to make games in your own chill kind of way. Okay, let me see. Darno one says, I know they do. They are good ones. No issues at all. Do need to upgrade my PC soon so when I can afford it. Yeah, I hope you can afford it soon, dude. Because it's important, right, to have a good type of storage. Do I have issues, the same issues with this thing here or not? No, we are good with those. No, we do have those issues there with these faces. Okay, let me delete this one. Yeah, I don't know why that is happening, but it's happening. So yeah, let me just get rid of a couple of those faces that there's no need for them whatsoever. It seems there's no texture happening in there. Okay, so I'm gonna export it again. Export OBJ and round 3.1 update, and let's see how it looks next to the previous trees. Okay, let me see. Give me a sec, I'm checking out something here. Corey, are you still there? Did you go? Darno one says, I do make backups of projects either through the cloud or flash drives. Yeah, dude. Yeah, and you should. And you should, definitely. Okay, let me delete this message. Corey says, I am here. Okay, you posted a song, right? I am gonna listen to it here on the stream. Because Corey posted a song on the Discord. So do you want me to listen to it? Can I listen to it here? Because you made it for your girlfriend, right? So if you're comfortable of me showing your work here on the stream, the song that you made for your girlfriend, we may listen to it. Okay, I may. Okay, let's do it. Darno wants this might be the next song on DayZ. Oh shit. Oh shit, dude. Shit. You gotta like sign contracts with these people. Dark no one. Okay, let me enable the audio from the other computer and let's mute this one. Ah, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, let me disable that one. Okay. Let me stop the music here. Okay, there it is. So I do not get a fucking copyright strike, people. Yet. I think we are set with the audio. And let's listen to Curry. Dude, I never know how to pronounce. I always think every day, am I pronouncing Curry name correctly? I am sorry, dude, that I ended up calling you Curry like Stephen Curry, right? I'm very sorry. But let's listen to your song that you made for your girlfriend for her birthday, right? Very deep, dude. Yeah. Did you already send it to her? Software Tool says I like it. I also like it too. Oh shit, this is the epic part. AI doing human stuff. Oh, the dopamine. You like this song, dude? Yeah, sounds really cool, Corey. Yeah, it's good. It is a good song. Oh shit, a fucking ad break on the middle of these people. Fuck this. Shit. But we heard most of it before the outbreak. Shit. Oh shit, that was really cool, Curry. Thank you for sharing, dude. I think I needed that type of song right now in this moment of my life, this specific moment of me in the universe and shit. It's inspiring, it's deep. Yeah, dude. Thank you for sharing, dude. You are a good musician. You are a good musician. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for sharing, dude. You're a good musician, good composer. Very happy for you. Did you already send it to your girlfriend or not yet? Yeah. When is her birthday, by the way? I do human stuff. Hey, how are you? Thank you for coming to the channel. Appreciate it. First time chatter, right? Okay, people, let's get back to Unreal Engine to see that tree after hearing that epic fucking song. Yeah, that was some epic shit. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Thank you for the follow. I do human stuff. What type of stuff do you make, by the way? Kerr says it's not done yet. Her birthday is next month. Shit. Follower goal was just completed. Thank you, people. Fuck yeah. 230 followers. That is really fucking cool. I appreciate it. Thank you, dude. Thank you for helping me get to this new goal. And we've got a new goal. It must be like 240 followers, I suppose now. So we gotta keep this shit going. Appreciate it, dude. Thanks again. I do human stuff. And what type of stuff do you make? What type of stuff do you work on? Okay, let me see. Let's enable back the music. This one, like background music. Oh, where the fuck is this, dude? Shit. It's not happening. It's not happening. Maybe it's muted, right? Yeah, I think it is muted. No, it is not. So, okay, let me see. No BS. We're having a bit of an issue with audio capture, people. Yeah, when I changed the audio source. Okay, give me a second, people. I am getting back to chat. Let me see if I duplicate this source. Rename other. Where is this? Oh shit. No, this is okay. There it is. There it is. Okay, we are back. Okay, awesome. Okay, reading the comments now. Chris says, and I can't take all the credit. Hans Zimmer wrote it. I'm just making the arrangement, but it's a good arrangement, dude. And you can take your credit, dude, because arranging stuff is not easy. I'm also a musician. I also make music, dude, and I know that sometimes arranging may be harder in many ways than making something from scratch. I do human stuff, says on Twitch. Now I'm just a game dev. I made the AI doing human stuff back when AI was cool, but now I fucking hate AI. Oh shit. So I guess I'm at the right place. Shit, dude. Chris says we love hating AI. No, I am not yeah, this may be disappointing to many of you people, but I am not an AI hater. I do know about the ethical implications of many things that I do not like about AI, but I cannot hate it, dude. I cannot hate it. I am a techno optimist, and I do know that many of these companies making these models are managed by shitty people with not the best interests, but it is what it is, dude. I cannot hate it, as dark as it may be, and I just hope that it brings, even as it may not seem like that right now, it brings better things to humanity in one way or the other. Chris says, well, I can speak for everyone here, but I'm with you. Okay, let's talk about this. This is an interesting conversation. AI doing human stuff. I'm cool with AI detecting cancer and AI porn. AI prosthetics are awesome. Also, AI is great if it's used correctly, says Dark91. The thing is, dude, that correctly is a subjective word, a subjective term. And it is a very tricky thing in these times. Yeah. We've talked about this in the past. We've talked about this topic in the past. Let me just play my music back on my computer. Give me a sec so I can get into the mood. Okay, there we are. So, yeah, good topic. Hot topic and shit. I may get in trouble with this one, but let's just do it. Darna one says, I'm just waiting to fight the Terminator. Me too, dude. Me too. So, I think like the biggest inflection point of the last few years or the last months was the day when this Studio Ghibli stuff happened, right? With ChatGPT, when it went fucking viral. I thought the images looked cool like the first day. It was like, oh, this is cute. It didn't offend me, dude. It didn't bother me. I know how to differentiate between that and fucking Miyazaki, which I fucking love and admire. He's one of my idols. And I'm not gonna go with a fucking shield and a fucking sword to defend Miyazaki. He's already on his own fucking pedestal. He doesn't need to he doesn't need me to defend him. And I thought it was kind of cute when it started. But then it got out of control, dude. I was like seeing shitty ass fucking brands on my country running ads with this style. And that's when I was like, oh shit, dude, this doesn't look like fun anymore. This looks like shit. This is not people making a Studio Ghibli style of image of their kids or their partner and sending it through to their partner in a loving way, in a fun way and shit. It was brands taking advantage of the shit in a very shitty way, dude, and exploiting it. And I was very sad about that week. Yeah, I was very, very sad on that week about that. And yeah, I stopped being sad when I read something said by John Carmack. Do you people know who John Carmack is? AI doing human stuff says AI is cool as long as it's not used as a feedback loop to feed crazy fucking investors in an infinite hype cycle. And it is that right now. It is an infinite hype cycle yeah, crazy fuck feed being fed to investors. Chris says Terminator, except that T800 doesn't know how many R's are in strawberry. Yeah. Yeah, so do you people curry AI doing human stuff? Do you people know who John Carmack is? Yeah, so I can keep the conversation going of what I was gonna say about that week of the AI Studio Ghibli stuff, which I thought it was cute at the beginning, and then it got out of control. AI doing human stuff says, yeah, the man, exactly. This is the man. John Carmack is that man. And I was very, very sad about all of the situation, about how things were going and shit. And I was like, is this the future that we are kind of looking for and shit? It made me very existential that week, not gonna lie. But then I read this from John Carmack, and yeah, I may not agree with everything that he said specifically, but he said it in a way in which I couldn't refute most of the things that he said, because it's fucking, I think it may be uncomfortable, but kinda true, and this may get me into trouble with some of you, but it is what it is. Let me find the fucking tweet. I'm trying to find the tweet. Yeah, I'm trying to find the tweet from John Carmack. Yeah, teams. I think he said something about teams. And yeah, let me see. Teams. Where the fuck is that tweet? This guy tweets a lot. I am gonna go and find that tweet just to keep this conversation going. Where the fuck was this, dude? He was responding to someone else about a version of Doom that was running on a model that Microsoft created. And this guy was like saying, this is shit, this is slop, this is AI slopping shit, this is offensive. And John Carmack came out and said, dude, I don't give a fuck about this. This is just the next fucking step in this abstraction of whichever fucking shit we make with computers. And I was like, ah, shit, dude, this is uncomfortable, but you may be fucking right. Let me find that tweet. It was about when they released this version of Doom that was running on an AI model. I cannot seem to find that tweet, dude. It was like a response. It was like he was like quoting the other guy. Shit, dude. Yeah, I don't know where that tweet is, but it was a good one, dude. I should have bookmarked it. Let me see. I am just gonna look for it like for 30 more seconds if I cannot find it. Yeah, I'm just gonna try to remember most of what he said, but I don't want to misquote the guy. Yeah. Nah, can't seem to find it. Cannot seem to find it. Yeah. He was responding to some other guy. But this was the context of the conversation. Yeah, let's get back to chat. Let me read the chat. Okay. AI doing human stuff says, but it doesn't mean he knows everything. He may be a coding genius. Also, he loves AI, investing in it. I do not invest in AI, dude. And I thought, yeah, he may be biased. But what he said was like, dude, this happened to me. He said it. This is what happened to him. He felt that it kind of attacked his ego when people started making engines and not working on the lower type of code. The lower what is like the term? The low level type of language coding, low level type of architecture. And he was like, dude, I really love that shit, but things were coming and then we had engines and shit, dude. And if we want to get into that abstraction, yeah, what is Unreal Engine if not some fucking stupid ass thing that makes my job easier to do? And am I taking a job from a real low level coder, dude, that should be making games and making money off this? It's a very, very abstract thing, this. Yeah, creativity, human creativity, it's a very, very abstract thing. What is and what isn't the next abstraction in creativity? Yeah, are engines this? Are engines like, is this just some fucking AI slop? No AI slop, some sloppy kind of tool that lets me kind of make games? And am I taking jobs off the programmers that should be making the games and they should have the right to make games? I don't know, dude. The thing is that I am not defending any side, but I can see that I am not gonna take any sides on this thing. And that's why I cannot be an AI hater as much as I cannot be an AI lover. I'm just gonna stay in the middle. AI doing human stuff says, but it's different kind of abstraction. AI is not an API or an engine. It's a token spilling machine. It's not deterministic. Everybody's quitting cleaning code to vibe code stuff, and this is making a lot of buggy software. It is making a lot of buggy software, dude, which is really shitty. A lot of vibe coded stuff is really, really shitty. And when I was seeing this trend of vibe coding, I was like, oh fuck, am I fucking up my life making this game with Unreal Engine? And are all of these vibe coders gonna come for this type of thing that I'm making? Did I started making games at the wrong time in human history, making this shit with Unreal Engine? If people are gonna be able to prompt a game with some vibe coding stuff, I was really afraid, dude, when I was seeing the hype. But it's just hype. It is just hype, dude. You are not gonna be able to make a fucking Studio Ghibli movie with this shit. However fucking ChatGPT model you may have, yeah, you're not gonna be able to do shit, dude. Software Tool says, yeah, I get what you're saying. That happened with clay sculpting and ZBrush. Yeah, this happened with many things. Squishy says, vibe code is just AI usage without experience. If you have real experience as an engineer, that shit makes you god tier. Maybe yes, dude, or maybe not. Because, how are you, by the way? Thank you for chatting. Because I've seen very good coders that know their shit that still say that it is still not there. And yeah, but it's gonna get there, dude. I'm not saying that it's not gonna get there. Calavero says, hello, what's up, dude? Kurt says, that's dumb. Engine takes years to make on top of whatever resources you're using to actually make the game. It's a shortcut, but it's made by people for people. It isn't replacing anyone. It's simply saving time. Dude, engines did replace people. Photoshop replaced people. Illustrator replaced people. Lumion replaced people. Maya replaced people. Blender replaced people. All of these tools replace people, dude. Yeah. Yeah. All of these tools have replaced someone in the past. AI doing human stuff says, don't worry. Also remember, dude, the algorithm is, and the whole internet is trying to make us rage bait and make us anxious because it sells engagement. They got we all inside little Skinner boxes. We're cool. Don't let the hype fuck you up. No, I didn't let me fuck me up. But for a couple of days, I was concerned. And then I was like, yeah, this is just fucking hype. So, yeah, dude. Yeah. If you're doing your shit, dude, I wouldn't worry about this. Because I am not gonna lie, dude. This may sound fucking dark, but we are powerless. We are powerless, dude. We cannot do shit against someone like Sam Altman, dude. Or Elon Musk, or Satya Nadella, or these Google guys. These guys are fucking running the fucking world right now, dude, and it's gonna happen whichever shit is gonna happen, dude. And I am not gonna put my mental health on whichever development of AI it's coming on each week or not, or I'm gonna become an enemy of it or hate it or anything, because it is fucking coming, whether we like it or not. It may sound fucking dark, but it's just how it is. Software Tool says, yeah, that's a good point, human stuff. Yeah, you cannot let this fuck up your focus on what you're doing. You gotta believe in what the fuck you're doing, dude. AI doing human stuff says, fuck no, we can. You use VK instead of Instagram. VK? Hell no, says Calavero. VContact is VK for the people wondering. Are we talking about VContact? Darna one says, some of what AI can do, I still prefer to at least try doing stuff myself, even if it's rubbish. AI still needs people due to errors. I don't like it being used for creativity and making money for it. Dude, it is a very nuanced conversation. And we could say this thing about any other kind of abstraction we've had in history. Didn't computers take the job of many people, dude? Didn't fucking tractors take the job of farmers? Yeah. Didn't fucking planes take the job of people that were driving boats? Yeah, dude. It can get very, very philosophical. So that's why I am not gonna get into the AI hater train or the AI lover hype train. Because I am just gonna let time pass by and see what happens. Yeah. Oxquitch says on Twitch, all I know, I've sold startups, I've taken companies to IPO. It has never been easier to make products and money than it is today. You don't have to compete with Sam or Musk. You just have to build something you'd pay for yourself. That's it. Dude, I've also been a startup founder. And I do know that it's never been easier to make a product and sell it. But no, I think I was not talking about these people that own the companies in a way that you cannot compete with them. I was just talking about you hating the people hating the models or whichever thing they're doing and putting their mental health in whichever thing is gonna fucking happen with ChatGPT or Grok or Gemini or Midjourney in the future, dude. Dude, I'm just gonna keep making my game, finish my fucking game, keep learning the shit that I wanna learn, because this shit is out of my control, dude. And people can get very passionate and grab flags and become like, I fucking hate this shit and I'm gonna fight against this shit. If you don't have money, dude, you're not gonna do shit against this thing, whether it's bad or good. Yeah, you would have to have money, dude, to compete against these people. Oxquitch says those people are weak. Some people that cry they aren't rich overnight. Dude, I do know why many artists feel sad about the state of things. I do understand it, dude. I can understand where many of these feelings are coming from. I wouldn't call all of these people weak, but I would just let it fucking flow, dude, and keep doing whichever thing I'm doing. Okay, we're in the middle of an ad break. I'm gonna wait for that one to end. Okay, I'm gonna wait for the ad break to end, just 60 seconds, and we keep the conversation going. Let's bring the tree. Okay, let me find this one. Okay. Round green tree. Hey, I do human stuff says, but marketing isn't free, and if people can see your product, it's worth nothing. Okay, I'm gonna respond to that one after the ad break. Okay, Rumble tree merged. OBJ merged. Did I export this shit? Where the fuck did I export it? And they updated, right? Yeah, okay, let me go to this one. Updated, OBJ updated. Okay, so do we have a fixed tree now? 250. Let's see what scale do we have on this model. Okay, ad break ended. Are you people? Oh, fuck. Check out this tree. That is a big ass fucking tree. Are you all people back from the ad break? Can you all listen to me on Twitch to keep the conversation going? Yeah, so that is not the right sizing, scaling for this. 251. Okay, we are back, right? Okay, Uxquitch says, learn to market chats easy as cake. $100 on AdWords, simple eyes. Pays 100,000 on low tier streamers, lots of eyes. Paid 10,000K to top tier influencers. Your product is seen. Point to that. To a Kickstarter with AAA video and profit. If you say it's that easy, dude, and if that has been your experience, that is your experience, dude. And I totally respect it. But not everyone, dude, knows how to, understands or knows or has had this type of luck, dude. I've made startups, dude, and stuff, and sometimes you can do all things right. Doesn't necessarily translate into success, and sometimes you can do the right effort and shit, and you're gonna get success and shit. So, yeah, dude, this could be a philosophical conversation, but yeah, I wouldn't say it's that black and white. Oxquid says, reason I say this, people say things are hard, they aren't. People make it hard, don't do that. Things are hard, dude. I would say things are hard. And I don't say this in a weak type of way or in a victim type of way. Like, I am making this game, dude, and I was just talking about this shit earlier. Making this shit is hard, dude. This has taken me years. It's not for any reason that even 1,000 fucking developers take 15 fucking years to make Grand Theft Auto 5. But yeah, making transcendent things made from the heart, I would say it's hard. Yeah. Okay. I do human stuff says, dude, it's hard. Chris says he's so successful in life that he's spending time on the nerdy stream instead of hanging out with all his friends on a Friday night. Grimeshine. Goober, how are you, dude? How are you feeling better? Yeah, I do mean human stuff says, I'm making a game and I have jack shit idea about making a community. And I have zero charisma to do it. Yeah, no. Life is hard, dude. Yeah. No, yeah, life is hard, dude. Building projects is hard. And, dude, if I lived in San Francisco, I could say, oh, making tech startups is fucking easy, dude. You just have to go to fucking Y Combinator meetup and meet other founders and get a co-founder and make some shit and pitch it to investors. That is a San Francisco type of reality, dude. Everybody has different types of realities, and you may say that the internet lets you do whatever the fuck you want, but I would say it's not that black and white. You have to be in certain places to be part of certain realities that would open certain type of doors. Rhymeshine says, I came back from the dead. What were you feeling, dude? Darno1 says, I feel your pain, Rhymeshine. AI doing human stuff says, dude, I live in Brazil. There's no video game market here. I live in Honduras. There is no video game or game development market here. AI doing human stuff. And I do think Brazil has, even as you say that it doesn't have a big game dev market, there is some kind of, even as small as it may be, a game dev market in Brazil, dude. I've seen studios. I know studios from there. I was part of the Latin American Game Showcase last year, and most of the game studios were from Brazil, dude. So I would say I'm even from a more irrelevant type of economy than Brazil. Darno1 says, weren't from the Ritz crackers, was it? Didn't you get sick from the Ritz crackers, Rhymeshine? Anthony Gaming says, he says stuff like that to me a lot. To whom? To whom? Do I say a lot of this stuff to you a lot, dude? Okay, let me import that tree again. Okay, yeah, that is not the right sizing of this shit. Oh, yes. My bad, I think I am misunderstood. I just meant building something is half the battle. The rest falls in line if you spend the effort. Most people fail because they make it harder on themselves than it needs to be. Again, my bad, didn't mean to make light of anyone's work. I get what you were referring to. Maybe it was a miswording, because I do believe that we are in the time of humanity, that if you want to build shit, you have access to the tools to build and learn how to build shit. And it's in your hands to build shit. It's not gonna be easy to build shit, but it's in your hands, wherever the fuck you may be. There are exceptions, right? Like Ukraine or Gaza Strip right now, places like that in the middle of a fucking war, but many of the places in the world, you can learn whatever the fuck you want and build whatever the fuck you want that is digital with computers and shit, and it's in your hands. I do understand that. It's not gonna be easy to build that, but it is accessible. I would say the right word, it's accessible, not easy, but it's still gonna be hard, whichever thing that you want to build, whether it's a game or a startup. Darno1 says, I get what you were saying. You take a shit in your hand, nerdy. Brave there. Shut up, dude. Girl says, at the same time, we live in an unprecedented time of socio-economic inequity. Nah, Curry. This is gonna be a hot fucking take. This is the best fucking time in humanity. There were worse fucking times in the history of humanity, and as shitty as this may be, and if with all of the social inequalities, and I live in a fucking unequal fucking world, this is the best time to make many things that we couldn't make in the past. I come from a fucked up country, dude, and I have access to the internet and to Unreal Engine on a fucking computer made in Taiwan, and I can upload this fucking live stream to Twitch so people from all of the fucking world can watch this. Yes, there is socioeconomic inequity, but we are way fucking better than 100 years ago or 200 years ago. Yeah, way better, dude. People were living in feudal times before. Like, the kings were owning everything. Yeah, this is a... It may sound shitty to say, and I am not denying the problems of the world, but the world was way worse before. Humanity was way worse before. It is unprecedented time of change and access to information. But in terms of socio-economic stuff, there's still slavery, there's still poverty in the world, but a lot of people have access to many things in the world. AI doing human stuff says, dude, it's a fucking A time for third world countries because first world countries are all hiring offshores. Yes, dude, this wouldn't happen 150 years ago. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to access these other types of markets 100 years ago, dude. People were starving 100 years ago in having big famines in fucking China and fucking Soviet Union. It was fucking Nazi Germany, dude. There were way darker times in human history. As shitty as it may be to say that, because we are also having shitty times right now. What's happening with all of these wars throughout the world, right? All of this poverty, diseases and shit. But we have solved many, many things as humanity. And I just decide to see it in an optimistic way, as shitty as real as media wants to show their reality to all of us. AI doing human stuff says people were dying from pneumonia a few decades ago. Yes, dude. People were dying from the stupidest kind of diseases a few decades ago, and they are not anymore, dude. And now I can have access to those same types of vaccines even here on a third world country. Physics says, what are you talking about, dude? Dude, this is it. If you're just coming right now into the conversation, Physics, you're gonna be like, what the fuck is happening? But it's just a deep conversation that came from I don't know where. Girl says, I'm not saying we haven't advanced in science and medicine. We absolutely have. Yeah, I know you weren't saying that. But even with the socio-economic inequity that we have, dude, it is the best time in humanity that we've had. As stupid as it may seem with what we see on social media and shit, this is the best time in humanity, people. Kids are dying less, wars are less violent, and it's fucking stupid to say that, right? Because of all the things we're seeing in Ukraine or Gaza and shit. But this is not even close to World War I, people. This is not even close to World War II. Yeah, not even close. Yeah. AI doing human stuff says, it's the beer talking. Feels good, mate. No, I am sober, Physics. There is no beer talking here. I am sober. I may just be crazy talking shit here, but I am completely sober. No, I know what you were saying, Kurt, but I would say, dude, even so, one of the best times in humanity to make a lot of things that wouldn't have been able or accessible to a lot of people in the world. I am not denying that many people do not have access to medicine, internet, technology and shit, but most of humanity does have access to many things that didn't have access in the past. Darna says, nice one. Only 0.5 for 43 here, beer time. Still got 15 beers left. Wife's asleep and I don't work tomorrow. Shit. How many have you already drank? AI doing human stuff. How many beers have you already drank? Okay, let me re-import this shit. Okay, browse to asset. Darna says, on my way. Shit. How many beers can you people take on a weekend, people? Okay, let me see. 10 import. Yeah. AI doing human stuff says it's 2 a.m. here. It's 10:55 a.m. here where I live. So it's not that late. Shit, you're gonna drink all of the 15 beers, dude? Yeah, so why did we end up talking about this? We started talking about AI. Yeah. Versus art, it's accessible. Yes, capital, not so much. Yeah, and even so, dude. Even so, this is not the most the time with the most socio-economical inequity in human history. Even so, if capital isn't as accessible as it should be for many people. Darno one says, I would if I had 15 beers. AI doing human stuff says, AI art is not accessibility because you have no control. AI art isn't even art. That is a very philosophical thing, dude. AI doing human stuff says, real art comes from precise control from what you want to express. R4 2708 followed. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Dude, we can get very philosophical with this shit. And yeah, I am at the point where it is what it is, and fuck it. Some people may not like some of my opinions, but I'll still say them. What is that makes human art art, and what is that makes AI art not art? And I am not some type of investor in OpenAI and shit. This is just my own existential questions that I've asked myself. Girl says it's like those hoverboards from almost a decade ago. Yes, maybe right now a lot of the art that is generated may be slop, dude. But let's just say that in 100 years, we really create a digital AI being. What is gonna be the definition, and where are we gonna draw the line on what is art and what is not art? And what makes us, what makes us humans more special and shit? Yeah. How do we know this is not life? Curse says intention is necessary component of art. What makes you think, dude, in the future these things are not gonna be living beings? Yeah. AI doing human stuff says, for example, Leonardo, AI get real close to what I imagined, but he always distorted. Bullshit apart. Real art comes from expressing something through a medium. AI is a medium, as long as it allows the artist to express himself. Chris says, a sunset is not art, but a photo of a sunset is. Yeah, and at what point in time did we started thinking a photograph was art, dude? Wasn't that stealing from what painters did before? Wasn't the photograph and the camera stealing from what painters did before? And at what point did people start saying, I think photos may be art, even if it's just taking the image of reality? Kurt says, if they're sapient, they can make art, but they aren't, so they haven't. But who knows in the future, dude? What is life and what is not life? How can we define life and not life? This is the same philosophical talk that you can have about abortion, right? In many societies. Like, what is a living being, and when does it become a living being or not a living being? It's a very philosophical thing, dude. Yeah, and what makes us think this would not be a next type of life? This type of beings thinking on a fucking chip. They may not be that right now. I'm pretty fucking sure they are not that right now. But in 50 years, dude, 100 years, fuck, dude. AI doing human stuff says, good point. Are there any historical notes about it? About the photos? I don't know, dude. I don't know. AI doing human stuff says, oh yeah, my man, which I had with though. Grimeshine, do you have wit for AI doing human stuff? Lorna says, I got wits in my garden, you can have. Girl says, paintings and photographs aren't simply pictures of things. They're different art forms and not interchangeable. But when did we decide they are not simply pictures of things? I would say a photograph, dude. I see photographs as art, dude. But I'm pretty fucking sure 150 years ago, painters didn't see photographs as art. And they really felt this medium was stealing from them, and they were like, that doesn't have any effort. This motherfucker just used that fucking machine to take the fucking image that already existed in reality. I'm pretty fucking sure some painters were saying that 150 years ago. Where do we draw the line on what is art, what is creativity, and what is not? And I am not siding myself with these companies, dude. I really do not fucking like many of these guys. Elon, Sam Altman, Larry Page. I do not trust these billionaires. I don't trust them, dude. They are on the side of money, not on the side of humanity and development and pushing humanity to a better place. They are on the side of money. I am not siding with them, but I have just tried to ask myself in a philosophical, non-biased way, what is what and what is not something. AI doing human stuff says, come to Brazil, Sao Paulo immediately. Fuck, that sounds like a cool place to go, dude. AI doing human stuff says, yeah, that's why I'm wondering what happened back then. What was about 200 years ago? Better not trust a billionaire. Yeah. Girl says, nor should you trust them. No, I do not trust them, dude. That's why you can trust that what I'm saying, in my opinion, is not coming from a billionaire lover or a billionaire or some guy that idolizes these billionaires. I do not idolize them. This has just been my own questions that I've asked my own self. What is art? What is creativity? And what is life? And what is not those things? Who decides what is life and what is not life, dude? Yeah. So, because if we showed one of these models or one of these computers to someone from 500 years ago, dude, there would be no difference from magic, from what humanity has accomplished. And for them, maybe this could be a fucking life, dude. A fucking digital life living inside a fucking computer. Maybe for us, we're all just so fucking desensitized already that this is just fucking code running on these fucking computers. But is it that, dude? Is it gonna be that in 50 years, in 100 years, in 200 years? Is it gonna be that simple? Yeah. AI doing human stuff says, oh, Elon didn't create AI. Elon was a founder of OpenAI, dude. And he may not have been a programmer as much as Sam Altman didn't program ChatGPT, but he was a founder of OpenAI. I may not be an Elon lover, but I try to say things non-biased. And he has a big AI company, dude. So I think I can include the guy, as stupid as he may be, in the conversation. Chris says, I've already said that intention is necessary for art. Yes. And what makes us think that these things are not gonna have intention in a couple decades? Darna says, we're in the Matrix. Who knows? Chris says, and if a painter from a century ago hated photography because they thought it was stealing their job, I would say they were wrong. Another ad. Yeah, don't worry. No, don't worry. I'm gonna stop the conversation until the ad break is back. Chris says they don't. We're talking about present. Who knows, dude? Who knows? Who am I to decide? And this is just me, dude. This is just my opinion. Who am I to decide what is creativity, what is not creativity? Because we may just say, that is just some code fucking running on a fucking computer doing some shit, generating some fucking code that generates some fucking image. And I would be like, aren't we that shit, dude? Aren't we just some fucking being with some fucking hyper advanced squishy supercomputer inside of our fucking skulls that runs neurons like a neural network, deciding what it should do? It's not for anything that these fucking large language models are modeled in the way that human intelligence is modeled. If it's not for anything. Yeah. I do human stuff says, if you think about how the brain works, creativity is just reassimilating ideas. Yes, dude. What makes me think that I am not just some fucking model generating shit with my brain? Chris says, but current AI models aren't that. Aren't we some kind of fucking hyper advanced AI type of model, dude, with our squishy fucking computers inside this skull? And yeah, dude, I'm not gonna get into religious type of talk to talk about creation or revolution and stuff. Who knows where this brain comes from, dude? I do not know, dude. I don't know yet. I haven't decided what to believe or not to believe, dude. But dude, what makes me think I am that important as I as a human are the only being that can be creative in the universe. AI doing human stuff says AI does something like that, but in a way more generic way. Right now, dude. Right now it may be generic. Curse says, have you heard of the Chinese room thought experiment? No, I haven't. AI doing human stuff says, dude, we're living Black Mirror. Maybe, dude. Curse says, created or evolved. We have sapiens. We have it, dude. And what is consciousness? What is conscience? What is that? And where are we gonna draw the line on what is consciousness and on or what is not consciousness when we get to the point as humanity? Because we're gonna get to that point when these fucking things do start having something that looks like conscience. Darna one says we use about 5% of our brain can really do. I don't know about that stuff, dude. I've heard about that one. I don't know like which is the real percent that we use as human beings, but I've heard about this. I do human stuff says this is some deep Carl Sagan philosophy shit. I'm gonna get another. It is, dude. It is. It is some Carl Sagan type of philosophy shit. Where do we draw the line between consciousness, conscience, sapiency, life? Where, dude? And who are we to decide where to draw that line? Arno one says, after 10 beers, I can push to 20% because I don't even know what I'm talking about. Okay. I have never, ever drank 10 beers in my life on one day, dude. I think like the maximum I've had, it's 3, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's 3. I don't even know how the fuck my body would feel with 10 beers, dude. Shit. Chris says, we don't only use 5% of our brain, we use our whole brains. That's a myth. Yeah, I did it. I have heard about this. I don't know if it's a myth or not a myth, but I have heard about this thing, and I don't think we're just using 5% of our brains. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, but I'm thinking, dude, in 1,000 years, wouldn't fucking humans be creating beings, thinking beings inside very squishy organic type of bodies that have some kind of computer running inside them, that kind of things. And yeah, where are we gonna draw the line, dude? Yeah, that's why I am not gonna, I will not side on that AI art or not AI art conversation, because I do not think I am in that position to say what is what. Chris says maybe we will. I do think we will as human kind. I do think that will happen. Yeah, it does seem like that's where we are going, dude. Like trying to create that next type of, like the next step of evolution, whatever it type of being it may be, dude. It may really fuck us up also in the process, dude, of creating something that may be more, may be smarter than us or may not be smarter than us. But it does seem that humans want to go there. It does seem like that. Okay, let me see this mesh. Yeah, I think this is the right sizing. Did I import the whole thing? Chris says, I don't know where the line on sapiens is, but I know what side humans are on and what side current AI models are on. But dude, the thing is that if I told you something is made by AI, you would say it's slop, it's shit. But many of these images, dude, many of these images people would not know it was made by AI. And would we not, what would be the point in which we would not call that art or not art? It is a very subjective thing to. Yeah, it is a very subjective thing, because many of these things, if people don't tell you, you will not know, dude. You will not know. You will not be able to detect it. AI doing human stuff says, you want to hear something fucked up? Technology is making us weaker and dumber. People are relying on it. Idiocracy is becoming reality. A cliche thing to say, but a truth. Yes. It may be making most of us weaker and dumber. But I think that the humans that will and want to be able to take advantage of technology, those are the ones that are gonna be running the show, dude. Yeah, I do think that technology is making us weaker and dumber in many ways. But if you know how to use it and how to harness its power, you're gonna be you're gonna have access to the type of intelligence that Einstein would have dreamed of, dude. Maybe not in your brain, but you're gonna have the access to create whichever type of thing you want. Just as art is subjective, but what is art is less so. How so, dude? How so? Darna wants says, look at the kids these days. That would be a social media kind of talk, dude. Social media that's fucking up their brains. It is not technology. Technology by itself isn't fucking anyone, dude. It is how technology is used, how it's fucking people. If you put a fucking kid with no fucking social media, dude, and just some fucking books about Linux coding and C programming, C++ programming, and put that fucking kid in a fucking room for a couple of weeks, I would say that kid is gonna figure out how to do cool shit with technology, dude. Technology by itself, it's not negative. It's what we do with it, what it's negative. AI doing human stuff says, what's fucking up these kids these days? It's brain rot, not technology. Yes, dude, exactly. It's the content of this social media sites and shit. The computer, the phone by itself doesn't do anything, dude. It is not a negative thing by itself. What people end up doing with it. AI doing human stuff says, it's capitalism what's fucking up the kids. Yeah, but I would take capitalism every fucking day. Communism every fucking day, dude. Yeah, dude. If you ask me, where do you want to fucking live, dude? In the fucking US or in fucking Cuba or the Soviet Union? I would fucking live in the fucking US 100% of the 100 times that you asked me. Capitalism has its fucking issues, dude, but it's the less worst of the options that we've had until this point. We may have to figure out a better option in the future, but it's the bad sides of capitalism that it's fucking up the kids. All of these algorithms and shit, trying to exploit human attention. That is a bad thing of capitalism, dude. It doesn't mean that it's totally completely negative. Chris says the quality of the Mona Lisa is subjective to whoever is experiencing it, but the fact that the Mona Lisa is a piece of art is not up for debate. Dude, I think that is, yeah, that is some deep shit. But who knows? The Mona Lisa is too much of an easy type of example. Let's think about some type of modern type of thing. Let's think about someone like Jackson Pollock. Who would say what Pollock was doing was art or not art? Where would we draw the line? Yeah, something more abstract. I do human stuff says I would live in the US but would travel to Cuba for healthcare. Dude, I don't know, dude. Yeah, the US healthcare may be fucked up, but as Americans, you let the system fuck you up, dude. I know it's a fucked up system, but you don't have to go to Cuba, dude. You can go to other capitalist countries that do have a more decent type of healthcare system. I wouldn't compare the Cuban one to those ones. I wouldn't go to Cuba for shit, dude. For shit. Yeah, for anything. Curse says, as a US citizen, nerdy, move to Europe instead. It sucks here. Now more than ever. I don't know, dude. I think, yes, it's a fucked up time in the United States of America. But I still want to believe that it can have a better time. I wouldn't discard the fucking country and society because of 4 bad months that it's been having or not having, in whichever fucking side of the political side you may be. Yeah, stupid as it may be, dude, it's still the biggest country in the world. As stupid as it may be right now, and as shitty as many things may be right now in the US of America. Darno one says, we ain't doing much better here in the UK. Chris says, Pollock made art. That is also isn't up for debate. Really, dude? You really think that is not up for debate? Because many people would say what Pollock was... I do respect what Pollock was doing. But many people would say that... Could you imagine Leonardo da Vinci seeing what Pollock was doing, dude? It would be shit for him. For Michelangelo, that would be shit, dude. So where do we draw the line on what is art and what is not art? I can assure you that these guys would find what Pollock was doing shit. Mozart would find what Leonard Bernstein was composing shit. I can assure you, they would find that as shit, dude. Creativity and subjectiveness of art and shit is a line that keeps moving throughout human history, and it keeps being redrawn from time to time. Curse says socialized healthcare, though nerdy. Curse says people may not like Pollock's work, but it's still art. But we decided it was art because of the time we were living in at that point in human history. I'm pretty fucking sure it wouldn't have been art in the 1500s, dude. So the line where we draw creativity and what is art and what is not art keeps being redrawn through human history, dude. Yeah. Or it says socialized healthcare. Dude, the US should have socialized healthcare. Many countries with all of this fucking money should have socialized healthcare. And the US has a fucked up healthcare system, dude. Because sadly, the past generations let this shit happen, dude. But that doesn't make Cuba better than the US, dude. Not even fucking close. And I wouldn't go to Cuba for shit, dude. Yeah, I wouldn't go to Cuba for shit, dude. Or yeah, not. Yeah, dude. Yeah, it may sound shitty, and it is what it is, dude. But I have seen, dude, closely both systems at work, because they do not work. Capitalism or socialism or communism, whichever you may fucking call it. I think it's always some kind of communism in its own way. Socialism is just a cool way to call it, but it's the same fucking thing. It's something that came from the Soviet Union, and I'm not saying this in a fucking hateful kind of way. It's just how it is. Yeah, it's just a rewarding of the same concept. But I would very much go every fucking day, dude, to fucking Canada, the US, Argentina, fucking Germany, to Cuba or Venezuela, dude. I have seen those countries, how this system failed them. And they can call many things socialized. It is not necessarily socialized. Arna one says, it's the same people don't like graffiti, but the thing is older than most art, as it started with cave paintings. Yeah, where do we draw the line between saying which graffiti is art and not? Chris says, I didn't say Cuba was better, but it's worth noting that a lot of what is wrong with Cuba is a result of US sanctions that still exist to this day. Yes, And also, no. Didn't there's in theory wouldn't their system fucking work without the free market that the US is running? Yeah, dude. It really shows that that system doesn't fucking work. It's just some fucking book type of theory, dude. It doesn't fucking work. Even fucking China, people can call it the Communist Chinese Party. They are not communist. China is not communist, dude. They are a totalitarian capitalistic economy. Even if they use the term and shit. But they fucking figure out in the 70s and the 80s, this shit isn't working. We're gonna go with the other fucking system, even if we keep calling ourselves with that term. But they are not. Like, yeah, no. No, I wouldn't. Nah. Cuba is fucked up because of their stupid ass fucking decisions. Yeah, dude. I wouldn't defend them. Yeah, they put themselves into that position. Yeah, they believe in that bullshit ass revolution and they got fucked by it. And now they are under that shitty ass fucking dictatorship because of this fake ass, stupid ass type of revolution. Curtis says you can still have a market under socialism. The only difference is that the workers own the businesses. Yes, dude. Just like in China and in many countries, and it can work. That's why I'm saying, dude. Yeah. People may not like that take. But the thing is that things like socialism always works in the books, dude. They never fucking work in reality. Chris says China is not socialist, they are state capitalists. Exactly, dude. But which term do they use to define themselves? What is the name of their parties and all of their theories and shit? The People's Republic of China, right? And how do we call it? Communist China. And it is not like that. It's never the same theory of what it is on the books, of what all of these people in societies like Cuba or Venezuela started running to. These people really went with that bullshit and they fucked up these countries too. Yeah, this may be a hot fucking topic, and I'm at the point where I'm like, fuck it, dude. Yeah, it may make uncomfortable some people and shit, but it is what it is, dude. Yeah, it is what it is. I've seen the results and shit, and yeah, no, I don't know, dude. I don't know when we got to this point, but it's an interesting thing to think about. I didn't even end up making shit about the tree here. Yeah, no, it's deep, dude. Yeah, I am not defending capitalism, dude. I do think many of these societies should have fucking decent fucking healthcare, dude. When the fuck did the United States let itself get fucked in this way with their shitty ass fucking healthcare, dude? But that is on you, on the US society that let that shit happen, dude. As it is on the pure Cubans that believe on that stupid ass fake ass revolution, dude. It's so shitty that the next generations have to carry that weight. They are not guilty about it, but some stupid ass generation let something happen, dude. And some generation let this stupid ass healthcare shit on the US happen, and now you're dealing with it. As some generation let stupid ass shit happen, like what you have in places like Cuba or Venezuela, and they are guilty about those things, dude. Yeah, some generation is guilty about many of the problems on each society. Yeah, that's just how it is. There is someone to blame, always. There is some generation to blame, always. Okay, let me try to replace this shit. What fucking time is it? Okay, no, it's not that late. I thought it was way later. Okay. Re-import with new file. 2D pixels. Let's create a new material for this one. This one's gonna be full matte round 3 full 01. Yeah. Okay, let me know when we are back from the ad break, people. This one's gonna be masked. Alpha opacity mask. Apply. Let's apply that one. Ad break ended. Okay, we are back from the ad break. Darno one says didn't even start. The ad break didn't even start. Or are you a subscriber, Darkno one? Maybe you got a gifted sub, dude. Yeah. Check out if you're not a sub. Detective Pakaku, resubscribe. How are you, Pakaku? Hi, how are you? When did you came to the... When did you came to the stream, dude? Pakaku. Thank you, dude. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Chris says, so my problem with your reasoning is that you believe that communism is the same as capitalism because China called themselves communist, but when they simply aren't. No. My problem is with the countries that call themselves socialist. That is my problem, dude. That end up fucking their societies in a worse way than capitalism ends up fucking them. Capitalism may fuck a society, dude, but history has shown that the other type of system ends up fucking it even more. So I am just gonna stay and try to fix the things that can be fixed from the system that kind of fucking works, because the other one is it's fucking broken, dude. Pakaku just came in. It's good that you just came in, dude. How are you, Pakaku? What have you been working on? Darno one says, I end the sub. Last few ads popped up. Not this one. Shit, dude. Ads are fucking broken on Twitch. Ads are fucking broken on Twitch. Yeah. Pakaku says, I've been good. Been busy as of late. Have you been doing weapons? How are things here? Things are philosophical and deep here, Pakaku. The conversation has been deep today. Oh, shit, dude. Yeah, things were deep today. Yeah, so you just came in the right time to make things not deep and say one of your crazy-ass things that you say. Just says it's like if I told someone that chinga tu madre means have a nice day, and they get beat up for saying it. They think that have a nice day is a bad phrase in Spanish. Have a nice day in Spanish. Like okay, let me read this one again. Yeah, no, I don't get what you're saying there, dude. I just got lost in your analogy. I'm very, very sorry. Yeah, AI Doing Human Stuff says, Buenos dias. Do you know Spanish, dude? Or only Portuguese and English? No, the thing is that I'm saying, dude, capitalism may have a lot of issues, and it does have a lot of issues. I deal with a lot of its issues, dude. I lived in a very unequal fucking kind of country and society, dude. But I do understand, dude, that many of the things and benefits that I do have in my life are because of that, and not in spite of that. And I decide to see it in that way. Like me having access to all of these computers and shit and this software, live streaming. This is like the future, dude. I wouldn't have access to this if it wasn't for that kind of free market capitalistic system, as many as bad things as it may have. And people could tell, we could have had the same thing with the other system. I don't think so. Says, my point is these countries, which were not socialist or communist, call themselves such and did bad things under the mantle. Nah, dude, I wouldn't. Yeah, we are not on the same side on that one, for fucking sure. I can really tell you. Yeah, I think socialism and communism in its, because, no. I don't think that system works either on the books or on the fake ass type of socialist countries. I don't think it works in any of them. That is some fairy tale from this guy from Germany that thought that could solve all of the world problems. That is just a fairy tale for me. That is just my opinion. Yeah, I think we wouldn't get on a mill run on that one. Yeah. Because for me, that would mean that if you applied socialism in the right way, you would get the right results. I don't think so. Yeah, and that is just my opinion, and it may be a hot take, but I don't think it works even in its real type of practice. And I think many countries should fix their stupid ass systems. Yo, this is a hard name to read. AI doing human stuff says it's close. Up to Spanish. Giselle Trami has followed. How are you? Am I saying your name in the right way? Pakaku says, I love barter economies. Girl says it's like how North Korea called themselves the Democratic People's Republic of Korea when they aren't democratic. Yeah, when they aren't democratic. But I don't think. Yeah. Even as these countries call themselves that, I think socialism and communism is a fairy tale that just doesn't go with stupid as human nature. Humans are shitty, dude. We are never gonna work towards the same fucking thing in a collectivistic type of way. That in the process of trying to make that happen, we are gonna have to go totalitarian at some point or the other to try to make that kind of collectivist system work. And yeah, for me it's just a utopia. It's just something that wouldn't work in practice, even if they did it in practice. In reality, I don't think it works. Yeah, no, I know, dude. I know you must be like, oh, this piece of shit, motherfucker. But yeah, dude. Even as I come from a country that has dealt with the problems of capitalism, I prefer that one with its shitty things. Pakaku says there are aspects of socialism I think would be helpful in an otherwise capitalistic society, but I wouldn't go full on. Speaking as an American, yes, Pakaku, like you should have some decent type of healthcare, dude. What the fuck is up with the United States of America having all of that money and taxing all of that, having all of those fucking taxes and not having a decent healthcare for your people? But I don't think people as collectivistic groups should be owning companies and shit. No, I don't see it in that way. I don't think it goes with what the human brain has evolved to be, the thing that it has evolved to be. I don't think it works in practice because of how the human brain ends up being sooner or later. Pakaku says, out of any economic system I'd pick to live in, I would pick capitalism. Yeah, I said that earlier, Pakaku. As bad and as shitty as it may sound to many people, I would also say it. I am at the point of my life that I can say that, because I couldn't say it before, dude. I also had this this existential thinking, dude, of this is a fucked up system and shit, but it is the one that kind of works and has brought us many of the interesting and good things that we have, dude. Yeah. And also many of the issues that we have. Capitalism is the one that has all of these bombs falling on all of these kids on the other side of the world. But it's also the same one that lets me fucking eat good food and use this computer and live stream on Twitch and have access to talk to all of you people. Yeah. We can see the bad parts of capitalism, but I decide to see also the good parts of it. Pakaku says, I also don't see why we can't incorporate aspects of different systems into our own. Seems like fear-mongering against change has gone very far. It has gone very far, Pakaku. But it's just because humans are like that, dude. They are fucking stupid, and they will not incorporate aspects of one or the other system into the other one. That's why one or the other never ends up working completely, dude. Yeah, that's why humans are not gonna get into get in the same fucking page ever, dude. Humans are just like that. Yeah. And humans are chaotic. Yeah. And capitalism is chaotic, I think, dude. And socialism is not chaotic. It is very organized. That's why it would go against how humans at big groups end up thinking. Yeah, because you cannot make them row with the boat to the same fucking direction. You are never gonna make people think, see to the same point and go to that same point. Girl says, I beg to differ. We have worker cooperatives in the US and they have higher rates of success than non-cooperative businesses. Workers all own the business and vote on the aspects of it. They make more money on average than employees or non-cooperative businesses, and worker retention is much higher. Market socialism would be transferring the ownership to the workers in this exact way. Yes, dude. I have seen that in the US. In its good ways, and I have also seen it in its bad ways. Many of these organizations end up becoming cartels. Yeah, I have seen many unions being good to the workers, and I have also seen unions become cartels that are run by 3 fucking people in a totalitarian kind of way. They call themselves cooperative, and they use the term. But it never ends up being that, dude. Human nature is never like that. People will want to have control of shit, and the worst kind of people are sooner or later gonna end up having control of shit. Yeah. That's just how power works, dude. Like, Elon Musk can be a shitty person, dude. But he only fucking runs his own fucking companies right now, and that is his responsibility because he owns the fucking companies, right? And shitty people end up becoming powerful because power attracts many shitty people. Not every person that is powerful is shitty, but power attracts shitty people, dude. And sooner or later, this type of cooperatives end up attracting power-hungry people, and that's when sooner or later I think they will lose their way. I Doing Human Stuff says, oh, it's also chaotic. Chris says cooperatives and worker cooperatives are different things. I Doing Human Stuff says power corrupts the human mind. Yeah, dude. And sooner or later someone is gonna be running these cooperatives, unions, or whichever fucking thing. Some human is gonna end up running it, dude, in some totalitarian kind of way. That's why I do not think these things work in practice, just in theory. Because human nature will take over, dude. Yeah. Human nature will take over. Humans are power hungry. we may not be like that, but sooner or later people fall for the power because they end up thinking that what they think is the right thing. Versus democracy is the key here. Democracy needs to exist for socialism to exist. That's why I don't go on any side of this, dude. I think democracy can be manipulated. Yeah. Oh, Pakaku said it. Shit. Yeah. Democracy can be exploited. Yeah. In a very uneducated society, it can be exploited. Yeah. Especially in an uneducated society. I doing human stuff says, dude, what? Dude, what? Which one? Which of all of the things are you saying, dude, what? Chris says, and there needs to be safeguards against that. Yes, dude, just like there are safeguards in the US Constitution for like free speech and shit and all of that. Those fairy tales, they don't necessarily work in practice. Yeah, all of these systems are full of holes. Yeah, I think all of them can be manipulated. Pakaku says it's a hard thing to say for safeguard, to be fair. Yeah, dude, I have seen... I live on a democracy that has been manipulated for all of my fucking life. Since I've been living, dude, I have seen every fucking stupid-ass election electing the stupidest of the stupidest of the stupidest people each time because they were the ones that exploited and manipulated the system in the best way. Pakaku says, how do you regulate and define manipulation? Yes, dude, it is philosophical. Girl says, yes, but the problem with the Constitution is that it's too vague and up to interpretation. Yeah. But that's it. It was made by whom? By humans, which are like that. They like to make shit vague and up to interpretation so they can use it for their whichever reason or thing they want. Pakaku says, can also be seen as a good thing at times though. Yes, can also be seen as a good thing at times though. Not every time though. Yeah, the US Constitution can also be like yeah. No, I don't know, dude. Yeah, no, it's a tricky fucking thing, dude. It's a tricky fucking thing. Yeah. The thing is that, yeah, dude, no, yeah. Fuck, shit. Yeah, what would be a most extreme example of this? Of it's too vague and for interpretation, and it could be a good thing or a bad thing. Chris says, I think those humans believe that whoever had power would use it in a good faith. I'd say they were naive to think that. Exactly, dude. Humans are naive. Because they think the humans that are coming after them are gonna do things in good faith, and sooner or later the shitty human type of nature is gonna take over, dude. Yeah, let me think about an example, dude, about what could be seen as a good thing at times though or not about the US Constitution. What is a good example? Where do we draw the line, dude, about the rules and shit? Pakaku says, I don't think they did. You don't think they did? Have you seen this scene in this movie? I forgot the name of the movie. It was Brad Pitt talking about yeah, I'm gonna remember it. Versus, in a good democracy, an attempt to dismantle it would disqualify someone from seeking power. And that sounds good in the books, dude. Yeah, that sounds good in theory. But things never end up working like they are in the books. Pakaku says, I mean, they were coming right off someone using their power in bad faith, you know. Yeah, let me think about that scene, the one that I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah, let me. Uh-huh, yeah. Yeah, let me see. Let me ask something here. I'm doing something on my other monitor. Give me a sec, people. Okay, getting back to chat. Makaku says, I mean, in a good democracy, people should be able to vote for its dismantle. Yeah. Yeah, where would do we draw the line to what is the power of democracy and shit? Okay, let me see. Yeah. Oh, I cannot find that. Yeah, no, I cannot find it. Oh, I found it. Okay, let me see about this one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember that one. Okay, we're in the middle of an ad break. I'm gonna wait for the ad break to end. Pakaku, you can hear me, right? Because you're a sub. Oh, Curry, you're also a sub. You got a gifted sub, so you can both hear me. Because we're the guys right now in the chat. Yeah, so yeah, what Pakaku said about what you said, that maybe the guys that wrote the Constitution wrote it, they believed that they had good faith about the future. Yeah, that would idealize the people that wrote it and make them seem like they are gods, some type of gods, like perfect type of beings. And yeah, I was thinking about that scene because in that scene, it's this movie called Killing Them Softly, where the character tells the other character, oh, you come to me and talk about this freedom bullshit and all of this American dream bullshit. And he was like, don't come to me with that bullshit. Thomas Jefferson was one of the ones that founded this country, and he had fucking slaves. He owned fucking slaves. So don't come to me with that bullshit, like saying like the founders of this country weren't even as nice as you think they are. Yeah, it was something like that on that scene. Curtis says absolutely not. That's how we got where we are today. People don't always act in their best interest, only their perceived best interest. Curry, I can clearly tell you, dude, Trump is a piece of shit, but Biden was a piece of shit, and Kamala Harris is also a piece of shit. All of your political system in the US is fucking broken, dude. I don't think there was wrong or good way of going in the US. You've got a fucked up political system, and that's why I don't get on any of the sides, because I can see it from the outside and I'm like, you're both fucking crooks. Yeah, Trump is a fucking crook. The previous ones were piece of shits also. And you're gonna get another piece of shit after Trump, because that's how the US society fucking works. It's a crazy one. But I wouldn't call any of the sides to have the moral high ground in the United States of America. I don't think none of the sides has a moral high ground. Pakaku says, I'm not disagreeing, but I don't necessarily see the connection. AI Doing Human Stuff says, I went to take a dump and you guys are talking about slaves? We are. Chris says, we're currently living through a constitutional crisis. What makes you think you hadn't lived through other constitutional crises, Kirill? What makes you think you hadn't had a couple of those before? What makes you think Obama, Biden, Bush, Bill Clinton, all of the previous presidents weren't exploiting the system as Trump is exploiting it? What makes you think? Yeah, Pakaku says it's always funny to me when people talk about the founding fathers rolling in their graves like they weren't slave owners. Yeah, they come with that moralistic bullshit about the founding fathers and shit and the American dream, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Yeah, I do human stuff says the founding fathers. What did they lost? We're talking about technology and communism. Yeah, no, it's good, dude. This is a fun Friday night conversation. This is not this. If you're watching, this is not a game development stream anymore. This is a just chatting stream. Makaku says, sorry, I'm getting lost. Don't worry. Doing human stuff says, Trump is definitely exploiting the system. As I think Biden, Obama, Bush, and all of those that came before them exploited the system in their own way. Makaku says, Trump is 100% limit testing the Constitution. Yes, I think he is. Yes, I think he is. And it's more obvious because he's a political outsider. But I do think the previous ones also limit tested the Constitution and what was right or wrong in the past. Dude, people talk about all of these presidents and shit. And I am not American, and I don't give a flying fuck about cheating on both of the sides, both Republicans and Democrats. Yeah, I don't give a flying fuck. Trump is a piece of shit. I am not gonna defend anyone. But Obama was the one that started putting kids in cages, and he was the one that bombed the most of the Middle East. So who has the moral high ground, dude? Nobody has the moral high ground in the United States of America, dude. So I wouldn't side with any of these fucking people. Yeah, doing human stuff says you are correct. Biden is not so much because he's too slow. He was too slow at the end of his term. But this guy was a good politician. When not a good person, like a good politician. He was sharp when he wasn't that old, dude. This was a sharp type of guy. Yeah, I remember Biden. He was really sharp. He wasn't running the country at the end of the last term. I could clearly see that. But this was a sharp politician in his good politician time. Greetings from Brazil, teacher Eduardo. How are you, Eduardo? Chris says, I hate Obama too, but Trump is so much worse. Yeah, but exactly. So where do we draw the line of the moral high ground in the United States of America, and who is who and who, what is a constitutional crisis and what is not a constitutional crisis? I think Trump is just the next type of crazy fucking thing that you're gonna have to deal with in the US for the next years. And then you're gonna get the next fucking crazy thing, whether it's Republican or Democrat, but it's just gonna get fucking crazier. Yeah, it's just a result of the society, the erosion of that society. Yeah, I do. Human stuff says, Akaku says Biden was hot as fuck too. Unrelated, sorry. He was a handsome motherfucker when he was young. Yeah, and he was sharp also. I saw some of his speeches when he was young, and I was like, is this the same motherfucker that I'm seeing in these last few years? Yeah, I couldn't believe it. He was a sharp politician. Pakaku says Trump is actively attempting to push our country into authoritarianism. That's my biggest concern. He is. Chris says Trump is currently dismantling the system of checks and balances that we have that are meant to prevent him from being a dictator. The thing, okay, let me say something about this. Let me read the next comment. Pakaku says, obviously Biden and Obama are god-awful humans, but they step down gracefully at the end. Yes. Pakaku. Yes. And I think there's an illusion of democracy in the United States of America. And now it may seem that the guy is attempting to push the country into authoritarianism because he's the sole one that wants to keep the power. What makes you think there wasn't a very small group before Trump that already had the power? And he only wants to take it off from them to have it only for him. I just think it's an illusion of democracy in the US, dude. That's why you got to the point of having all of these fucked up systems, like your military budget being fucking crazy, your healthcare being fucked. You are not running the place, and you haven't been running the place for a good amount of time. Yeah, AI doing human stuff says, so this small group is controlling everything since always. Yeah. The American people has not been running the place for a good amount of time. And Trump is just the next step of that fucked up way of doing things. AI doing human stuff says, just look at the fucking US Senate. Just white motherfuckers. I've seen people from other races in the US Senate. Chris says that very small group is oligarchs. Yeah. They may be oligarchs, but I also think that very small group was also people in the government. Yeah. That weren't necessarily billionaires and shit, but people just running the place. Yeah, and dictating policy and stuff. I think it's an illusion of control. People have the illusion. And I do think about that this is in every democracy. People have an illusion of control. That them casting their vote has some type of big outcome in the universe. I don't think it has no outcome. I think some people are running the world, and it is just how it is. I am not one of them. I would not like to be one of them. And I don't think I'm at the point in my life where I'm like, yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna keep going. I know I'm powerless about many things, and I just keep going. I'm just winging it. Makaku says we are technically a democracy anyways. Trump didn't win the popular vote in 2016, but was put into power by the Electoral College. Gerrymandering is a real thing that happens. Yeah, that Electoral College shit is a very weird thing in the US. Curtis says, my argument is not that the US system is if democracy is good. It is, in fact, the opposite. Yes, dude. But would you call the European system better? Because for me, dude, the US is fucked. Europe is fucked also. I think the European Union is bullshit. That is a stupid as fucking system. Mixing up different type of cultures with the same type of rules for different types of people. Yeah, I wouldn't go either with the US system or the European system. Sooner or later, people are gonna start to exploit these systems. That is just human nature. Pakaku says the people in charge will always find ways to abuse the system. Oh yeah, you were saying what I was saying. Yeah. Europeans end up abusing the system. The European Union people are abusing the system. As much as the people in Washington, D.C. are abusing the system. As much as the people in Beijing are abusing the system. That is just human nature and people that end up having power. Elected or not, says Pakaku. Yeah. Elected or not. That is... Shit, dude. How the fuck did this stream end up turning into this? This is fun. I'm just gonna put the keyboard to the fucking side. Fuck it. This is not a game dev stream anymore. But I just an unfortunate reality, but sometimes you get decades of peace and prosperity out of it. Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, dude. I think we are on the most peaceful times of humanity. And it's just not that I think it. It's not a subjective thing. This is one of the most peaceful times in humanity. As much as we have nuclear bombs and shit to destroy each other, less people are dying from wars in the whole world and in other times in humanity. Less people are getting conquered. There are less genocides. Yeah, less people are dying in violent ways than in other times in human history. It may not seem like that, but the numbers show it is like that. Yeah, and I am not denying the problems. But yeah, dude, yeah. No, it's Bakaku laughing your ass off. Yeah, it may sound cynical, and I don't say it in a cynical way. I just try to, yeah, try to not see things through a lens, whichever lens it is, the right wing or left wing kind of lens. Chris says, I'd like to see a source on the last genocides claim. Dude, have you seen the genocides that were happening 100 years ago, dude? Have you seen what? Oh shit, dude. I don't want to say many things. Have you seen what Japan was doing before World War II, dude? Have you seen the genocides that were happening in Eastern Europe in the 90s? Have you seen the genocides that were happening in Europe in the beginning of the 1900s? Yes, dude. We've had there is a genocide happening right now. I know which one you're talking about. And I am not justifying that one. And I am not siding with the ones doing that genocide. And I'm not even going to touch that topic with a 10-foot pole, because I know that one is radioactive. But there have been worse genocides. Pakaku says, of course, I want humanity to thrive and systems to change and work for longest times. AI doing human stuff says different times. Yeah, different times. Pakaku says we should always strive for a better tomorrow. We should. And I do think we should stop having fucking genocides as humanity, dude. I am not saying that we should have them. Yeah. Nonetheless, as stupid as it may sound, and as much as the news wants to make us think this is the worst time in humanity, it is not. Akaku says maybe someday corruption won't have a hold on our world, but I doubt. I'll have to see it. I also doubt it. I also doubt that I can see that happening, or my kids, or my grandkids, or the kids of my grandkids. Pakaku says, but I want to work to make sure someone's future can see it, even it's a pipe dream. Yeah. Yeah, no, I got off that train, dude. I'm sorry, as cynical as it may sound. I got off the train of, yeah, wanting to work so future generations of my country have a better country. I just think it's already fucked up beyond redemption, and whichever work that I do, it's for my family, for my loved ones, and for the future of my loved ones. I do not think I have any type of power in the outcome of the country and society I live in. I think it's fucked up beyond redemption. Chris says, I'm not saying it's the worst time, but it's getting there. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think so, dude. Oh, shit, dude. Have you heard about... I am gonna say one of the things that... Have you read... Let me think about one of the worst things that I can think about. Have you read about the Nanjing Massacre, dude? Read about the Nanjing Massacre, dude. And you can see that whichever fucking thing is happening right now in the world, it's not even close to the fucking things humans were doing in the past. Humans were fucking worse in the past. Makaku says, be right back, get in the drink. Girl says, if you stop trying for a better world, you resign yourself to a worse one. Yeah, it may be like that. I do not resign myself to a worse world. I do keep trying to have a better reality for my loved ones and my close ones, because that's what is in my power. I do not think, and this may just be where I come from, dude. I do not think I have any power on the outcome on the society as a whole, and I have no intention on going and have that fight. That would just, yeah. I tried it, dude. I tried it. I have I've had those fights, and yeah, the system's broken. Pakaku says fire quote. Yeah, doing human stuff says enjoying a beer. I'm with you, mate. Enjoying a. Pakaku says getting a drink. Okay, let us know, Pakaku. Are you back, Pakaku? Did you get the drink? Yeah, no, I am. Yeah, I may be a cynical motherfucker, saying things like that. That I would not. Yeah, I would not. I'm not gonna work towards giving a better future to the next generations and shit. Nah, dude, I just see myself as a very intranscendent being, and I try to see myself in a simplistic way. I just try to be a guy that works for his family well-being, his loved ones well-being, and yeah, my worldview is not that one of I am gonna try to fix the system for the next generations. I live in a place where I think it's fucked up beyond redemption, and it's been fucked up beyond redemption for a long time, and I don't think there's gonna be a difference. And I wouldn't fuck up my family's well-being or my well-being or my mental health or their mental health to go and fight for that. May sound egotistical, may sound shitty, but yeah, it is what it is. Doing AI, doing human stuff, the next generation is fucked up. I'm just glad I don't have a kid. But you should have a kid, dudes, someday. You shouldn't stop thinking in an optimistic way about the future. I would like to have a kids at some point in life, dude. Because I do have optimism in individuals, dude. I do think people by themselves as individuals can do good things in life. And yeah, having kids and passing those good principles to other human beings so they can do good things in the world that may be intranscendent to the whole, to the big picture, right? But to the small picture, you never know, dude, whose lives you're gonna change and shit. Sometimes I think we lose perspective. We want to like fix the whole system, the whole world, and yeah, we could fix many smaller things on that are on our power. Pakaku says, some days I'm cynical, sometimes I'm optimistic. Me too, dude. Me too. Pakaku says, are you sure? Check your belly. AI doing human stuff says, a boost child so far. Who put that in there? AI doing human stuff says, dude, I want to be a father. No, yeah, me too, dude, someday. Pakaku says, laughing your ass off. AI doing human stuff. I want to teach him how to do stuff, but I'm afraid it's not worth living in the future. Dude, you cannot see life that way. This is not, as I was saying, as cynical as I may be, and as broken as the systems as I may think the systems are broken, dude. I think it's a good time in humanity, and we shouldn't stop doing what we should do. And reproducing ourselves is the most fucking natural fucking thing that we can make, dude, and pass that consciousness to other people. Pakaku says, I don't know if I want kids. I don't think I would be a good father to focus on Oblivion, the game. Oblivion, the game. I know this is the game, not Oblivion, the term. AI doing human stuff says, I want to have a little one and teach him how to kick butts and hack our stuff and everything. Yeah, dude. Because you never know what that little one can end up hacking and building that would help another person in the future. Kurt says, my queer ass ain't having kids, but I still want a world where the kids of others will prosper. Yeah, it's a good way of seeing life, dude. I am more of a simplistic, smaller type of way of seeing life. Yeah, I don't think I would like to see a world where the kids of others will prosper. I don't think I have the power. It's what I'm saying. Kaku says, I do think recent years have been the best in human history ever. I also think that, dude. I also think that. Yeah, as As stupid as it may seem, I also think that. And I am not denying the negative things happening. AI doing human success. Oh, how fun. While you were seeing something important, an AI ad just showed up. Fuck the AI ads, dude. What the fuck was that? Was that ChatGPT fucking ad? Pakaku says, I meant to get decaf, but I think I just drowned myself in caffeine at 2 a.m. Fuck yeah, dude. Drown yourself in caffeine. I'm gonna go and have a coffee after this stream. Fuck it. I'm gonna drown myself in caffeine after this. Yeah, no. I think that if you can have kids, you should have them, dude. Don't let pessimism make you think that the future is not gonna be there, dude. I think these times in humanity have made us think that we are more important than we are, dude. We are not. We are just a drop in the fucking sea of human history. And one of the most important things as a human being is to pass out your fucking knowledge to another fucking being that goes on with whichever knowledge that you have to pass it on to other generations. And that's how we ended up here, dude. So what would happen if we as humankind stop believing in that shit? Yeah, we are fucked, dude. At the point that we stop believing in that shit, we are fucked. Because that is the most basic type of nature that we need for survival. Yeah, doing human stuff says, dude, why should my children live? What are they living for? Dude. To build shit, dude. To help other people. To bring other people to life. To keep humanity going, dude. This is what we've been doing for millennia, dude. What makes us think we are the generation that should stop doing that? We think we are too important, dude. And there have been previous generations struggling in a way worse ways than the ways that we're struggling. And I'm not saying we are not struggling, but there have been generations that have had it way worse than us. What makes us think as a generation that we are the generation that should stop this thing going, this passing out humanity going? Pakaku says, pessimism isn't stopping me from having kids. The bomb strapped to my balls is. I think people just don't want kids now, and that's respectable. That's respectable, dude. I totally get it. But I do not think that should become a mainstream type of thinking. Yeah, doing human stuff says, this is something I wanted to share in my game. Hope. We live in a time where there is no hope, no faith, no good vibes. We need hope. I do have hope, dude. I do not believe in the systems, but I do have hope in humankind, in humans as individuals, dude, that they can do good shit in the future to whomever they. The thing is that if we think, dude, that if we do not change a billion people's lives, we are unimportant, and that is not true, dude. That is just not true. That is just some modern type of bullshit that they have put into our minds in the last fucking 100 years, dude. People didn't think in that individualistic way in the past times, dude. People were just like, we're just gonna keep this shit going, dude. I'm gonna get through this, fight for my kids, and hope that my kids fight for their kids and keep this shit going. And all of this social media shit, many ideologies have filled us up of pessimism and shit, thinking that we are the important generation that should start thinking about, I don't think there's a future. I'm not gonna have a kid, or we should stop having kids, or we should stop keep humanity going. Yeah, no, I think we should be the ones that should stop. I don't think so, dude. We are not that important. People have had it worse in the past. Yeah, doing human stuff says, dude, I'm talking about Final Fantasy hope. I'm talking about shonen hope. Pakaku says, what's shonen? Yeah, what is shonen? Versus, I think importance is relative. We're just a blip in the grand scope of the universe, but this blip is ours and it's important to us. Yes, dude. Yeah, we are just a blip in the grand scope of the universe. So what makes us think that we are the generation that should decide, you know what? There is no hope for the kids of the future. We should stop having them, or we should stop building shit, or we should stop thinking about their future and shit. Yeah, we are just a blip in the grand scope of the universe. Pakaku says, individualism is great though. The freedom of choice is a great thing that our ancestors have made for us. It is. And I fucking love individualism, dude. I fucking love that. I fucking love that. Kurt says, I never said that. No, I know you never said that. But I was talking about AI doing human stuff, because he said, why should my children live? What are they living for? I was responding to AI doing human stuff. It wasn't to you. Yeah. Because AI doing human stuff said it. Yeah, and I responded to AI doing human stuff, like, what makes us think, dude, that we are that much of an important generation to stop thinking that we should keep reproducing ourselves in one way or the other, which is like the most fucking basic things that we should make us as these fucking monkeys that we are. AI doing human stuff says, oh shit, my boss just logged in Discord. What the fuck do you have your boss on Discord, dude? Akaku says, I would much rather focus on making a better future for our kids and making my own way before procreating. The thing is, Pakaku, that is just a trap that these technologic times have made us fall into that trap, dude. Nobody had shit figured out, dude, in the past. And people can shit on baby boomers that they could buy houses and shit and it was cheaper for them. But that was just fucking baby boomers, dude. Previous generations through human history had it way worse than baby boomers. And they still had families and they still kept shit going, dude. We're never gonna have every shit figured out, dude. Yeah. Akir says, why do you have your boss added on Discord? Yeah, I am. Yeah. Akir says, block your boss. Yeah. Akir says, I don't agree that it's a trap. Why? Why don't you agree? I don't think it's a personal responsibility to continue humankind and bring life into the world. I don't think so, dude. Also, that it's everyone's responsibility. But I think it's a slippery slope if all of us start thinking that it's not our responsibility. It's a slippery slope, dude. But Kaku says maybe that's the purpose for animals and our baser instincts. And at the end of the day, what are we? Yeah. What if 100% of humanity started thinking, dude, that it's not my responsibility to continue humankind? Yeah, dude. What would happen? That hypothetical reality. What would happen if all of us, 100% of us, started thinking that? I would not judge anyone that thinks that. But what would happen? Yeah, doing human stuff says, I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, you shouldn't have added your boss to Discord. That is a shitty, stupid ass idea. Pakaku says, well, that's the thing. Lots of people still have children. No, but let's think about the hypothetical reality of making this thinking mainstream. Yeah, what if we made this type of thinking mainstream? Chris says, I think that continuation of humanity is good for society, but yeah, not something that someone should have to do if they don't want to. Exactly, dude. Yeah. It is no one's responsibility to go and have kids. If you don't have them, you shouldn't have them. I was saying, Pakaku, that the trap is to think that you should only want to procreate until you have everything figured out in life. That is a trap. I was saying that is a trap that all of us have fallen. Many of us millennials have fallen into. I've fallen into that trap, dude. I can do introspection and see that I fell into that trap, that I was gonna go and follow my dreams and figure out my life before thinking about having a family. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I wasn't saying that it's everyone's responsibility to have a kid. Pakaku says many people are still dreaming of starting families. Pakaku says, well, no one has anything figured out. Exactly. And we will never have anything figured out, dude. Everyone's just fucking winging it in life. Yeah. No, I wasn't saying, dude, that everybody should have kids, and it's everyone's responsibility to have kids. But it's also slippery slope if we push that kind of thinking into the mainstream, to think that it's just me, I have no responsibility and shit, fuck it, I'm just gonna figure out my life and go for my dreams and make a fucking video game with Unreal Engine for the rest of my life. Fuck humanity, fuck the future. What if we made the 7, 8, 9 fucking billion of people think like that, dude? Wouldn't we be fucking fucked? There's always gonna be people having kids, but also ideas can also spread like fire. Yeah, doing human stuff says I shouldn't have answered him. He replied with thumbs emoji. What the fuck do you have your boss on Discord, dude? Why the fuck? Pakaku says, but if you aren't in a position to have kids without causing yourself to plummet into poverty, then you probably shouldn't have kids if you don't want to. Yes, dude. And that's the issue that we're having in countries like, in regions like Latin America. Many people having kids, and they have no capacity to give these kids a good upbringing in a good way, dude, which ends up creating even more societal problems. Yeah. No, yes, dude, you are right. Chris says a big problem is that bearing a child is hard and expensive and time intensive. That it takes a village, saying it's a thing for a reason. Yeah, doing human stuff says, fuck no, I want to have children, but I also have a game I want to make. Yeah, me too. Me too, dude. Me too. I also want to have a family at some point in my life, but I also want to fucking make my game and go for my dream and shit. But yeah, dude, at some point, I'm gonna have to start thinking about other things in life, right? We can do both. Yes, we can do both. But also, there are things that are hard to juggle, dude, at the same time. Yeah. If I had a baby right now, dude, I wouldn't be able to finish this game. Yes, dude. I for fucking sure wouldn't be able to finish this game. So it wouldn't be smart for me to go and have a kid right now. So yeah, if you want to have kids and shit, try to do it in the smart way. But also, don't let thinking about being smart let you fall into the trap of not believing that you can do it in the future. I think we'll figure it out in some way or the other. Pakaku says, I want kids, but I also want to play NBA 2K all day. Me too, dude. Yeah, don't we all want to be playing video games all day? Watching anime all day, dude? Yeah. AI doing human stuff says, fuck pussies, make babies and make games. Yeah, that's gonna be our motto. I don't have kids, but maybe in 10 years, dude, I would hope so, that I could use that motto. Make babies and make games. Fuck it. AI doing human stuff says, have you ever played the SNES volleyball game? I haven't. I haven't played the Super Nintendo Entertainment System volleyball game. Pakaku says, I've never played video games. Shut up, Pakaku. Pakaku was finishing Oblivion before the big streamers and most pro gamers were finishing it. Chris says, raising children used to be a communal task. Yeah. Yeah, in many societies it was a communal thing, dude. Yeah, but just because humanity has become more individualistic, yeah, yeah, no, that I don't know. Yeah, I've seen my parents, dude, where they come from, in the country that I live in and shit, how they raised me and my siblings and shit, all the hardships that they've gone through, and it would be a lot of pride for me to say, yeah, dude, I shouldn't, I should stop that cycle of passing knowledge and principles and consciousness through generations just because I think the times are hard. Because I think it was hard for them and shit, and it's gonna be hard for me if I end up doing it at some point, and it's gonna be hard for any generation. But I think social media has fucked up with our brains in many ways. Curses, I'm just saying, if we made raising children easier, more people would have them. It would having children would never be easy, dude. Yeah, that is a hard thing to do in life. Yeah, and no one goes into being a parent because they think they're gonna have it in an easy way. It's a higher type of calling. Yeah, and some people are gonna have them and not have them on whichever fucking type of society or fucked up place they live in. Humans are gonna keep being humans. Yeah, even if we make it easier or not make it easier, I think people will have them. And I also think many people have been told that by all of these social media algorithms and shit and many ideologies that it's not an important thing to have in life. Yeah, but that's always gonna be a hard fucking thing, dude. Even if you live in the most developed country in the world with the most benefits and shit, it's not easier to be a parent in a developed country. It's a hard thing wherever it is. Curses, I'm not saying we can make it simple. I'm saying we should ease parents' burdens, subsidizing daycare, for example. Yeah, dude. Yeah. But are you saying that this is a slippery slope, dude? That would mean that underdeveloped societies that do not have daycare or do not have subsidized stuff should stop having kids just because they don't have those type of systems in place. And I come from a society that doesn't have all of those systems in place, dude. And yes, a lot of kids end up being fucked up, dude, by the system. But also a lot of very poor parents end up raising very good children and very good human beings that end up helping the system. I think it's a higher kind of thing. Yeah, above economics, but not unrelated to economics. Pakaku says we should sterilize everyone, make new government officers called kickers that go around with weighted boots and kick men in the nuts really hard. Instant vasectomy. Yeah, girl says I never said they shouldn't have. I'm saying making it easier would increase birth rates. The thing is, correct, that people in the most developed kind of societies are having less kids. So yeah, where do we draw the line, and why does that seem to be happening? Yeah, societies with the most kind of benefits and most organized type of governments and shit seem to be the ones that are thinking about having less kids. So that doesn't seem to solve the problem. Yeah. I think it's a spiritual thing. Yeah, I think mostly it's a spiritual thing. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we started thinking as humanity that it's an unimportant thing in a spiritual way. Chris says it's not the only issue. I mean, look at South Korea. Yeah. South Korea is a good example. Japan also a good example, dude. Way better countries and developed societies than African countries and Latin American countries. Why aren't they having more kids? It's a spiritual thing, dude. Yeah. New generations were being told that it wasn't an important thing, and yeah, we minimized it. Yeah. And I think it's a higher kind of thing, dude. Yeah. I do think it's yeah. Yeah, we took importance out of that fact. Yeah, whether it's a rich society or a poor society. Okay, middle of an ad break. But I think you're not in an ad, Pakaku or Curry. Yeah, you guys are not in an ad. Curse says there's a lot of misogyny over there, and women there don't want to date, get married, have kids as a result. Yeah, spiritual issue. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that is a spiritual issue, dude. The society is broken spiritually. It is not broken economically. Yeah, so I think that one is more of a spiritual issue of societies than an economical one. Yeah, because we've been doing this shit for millions of years. Yeah, what makes us think we're gonna solve the being parents or not being parents question, existential question of humanity? Yeah. No, I know, dude. I know those societies have those issues, but it ends up being a spiritual one. Yeah. Yeah, doing human stuff says fuck children. Nah, I don't think. I'ma play censored writers. Okay, dude. No kids. Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, dude. Dude, I'm gonna delete that. I am gonna delete that one because that may be a tricky one to leave there in the chat. It could be ambiguous. Yeah, so I deleted that comment. Yeah, I know what you were meaning to say, dude, but it could be misunderstood also. Yeah, phrasing. Yeah. So yeah, I deleted that one, dude. Yeah, it's no, I know what you meant. I know what you meant. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, no, dude. As long as I don't mind having children as long as I'm having a good time, dude. I can assure you, having children is gonna be hardship. That is for fucking sure, dude. It's if you think it's gonna be easy because you have benefits or you live in a developed society and shit, you are wrong, dude. Wherever the fuck you are in the universe, being a parent is gonna be hardship. It's one of the hardships of being a human being, and also it seems to be one of the highest callings that we can have as human beings. So Slow says, no way, you're still streaming. Yeah, dude, I'm just chilling now. I haven't been working for like a couple of hours. So Slow. Yeah, Pakaku says having kids is easy, being a parent is hard. Exactly, dude. Yeah, exactly. So Slow says, I just finished cleaning my bathroom and bedroom. How did that go? So Slow. Pakaku says, Elon Musk has kids. Yeah, he isn't necessarily a good parent, right? Yeah, good example. AI doing human stuff says your stream is Fucking A. Is that what you were meaning to say? He doesn't have kids, he has robot children. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, dude. The guy is like procreating like fucking Genghis Khan. Doesn't fucking mean he's a good parent. So Slow says, went all right. Okay, dude, happy for you and your bathroom and your bedroom. Pakaku says, just because one of his kids is named Technomechanicus doesn't mean they are a robot. Oh shit, Technomechanicus, Exact 12. Ah shit. Yeah, crazy type of billionaires, right? Fucking billionaires. Have you seen that episode in Silicon Valley where they are trying to talk with this guy called Peter Gregory and he's driving a small narrow car? They're like fucking billionaires. Yeah. So Slow says, moving over to Twitch. Okay, dude. AI doing human stuff says, coming inside an Arduino not equal to being a parent. What? Have you come in an Arduino, dude? Why did you mention this? I'm thinking that you have done this at some point in your life. Chris says Elon is an interesting specimen because he has so many children, but there's no indication that he has ever fucked. Nah, that guy has fucked it. Yeah, he may be a stupid kind of person, but there's a point, dude, where the money is gonna buy you the reeds, and you're gonna get laid. Pakaku says, I thought it was all IVF. No, not all of them. Not all. The guy has resources to get laid. That is just the reality of things. And I do not think a couple of those kids are IVF. I think he fucked some of those girls. Yeah, they're just trying to say that he hasn't had some romantic relationships like this girl of Neuralink. I think they hooked up. Yeah, I don't believe that story. Yeah, Doing Human Stuff says, no, I mentioned it because Elon Musk's son daughter's name is AI12, but he also has a kid named Technomechanicus. Yeah, he has a kid named Technomechanicus. Chris says, no, I mean he has a botch job on his Johnson. His Peter doesn't. I don't know, dude. How do you know that? The guy was fucking the wife of fucking Johnny Depp, dude. So the shit kind of fucking works in some fucking way, I suppose. But Kaku says, thank God that motherfucker has money. No way he was getting touched otherwise. Exactly, dude. He definitely knows how to use his money. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know for a fact if his Johnson works or doesn't work. Yeah, why would he be fucking Johnny Depp's wife if it didn't work? Yeah, Doing Human Stuff says, imagine a kid named like that. Yeah, Technomechanicus, some cyberpunk type of shit. The thing is, dude, that these kids are named like that because of their mom. Their mom is a very cyberpunk type of girl, Grimes. I love Grimes. And it's natural that Grimes children have this type of names, if you know Grimes. Pakaku says, can confirm if Johnson is powerful. You tried it, Pakaku? Have you seen it? So Slow says, all right, I'm here, okay? You just came in the best time of the night, So Slow. We're talking about Johnsons. Oh, shit, dude. No, so AI Doing Human Stuff. So these kids have those weird names because they're a mix of Elon and also Grimes, which is also some really cool fucking artists, but also crazy in her own kind of way, in her own cyberpunk kind of way. So it's natural that Grimes kids do have these names. Even if they weren't from Elon Musk, I think Grimes kids would have had this type of names. She's that type of girl, if you know who Grimes is. Pakaku says, my son's name is Rhinoceratops, so I can't really fault anyone. Oh shit. Chris says, listen, have you seen him with his shirt off? He likes like if his pecker was a person. What? What? No, I haven't seen Elon Musk without his shirt off. Why would I go and see those type of pictures? Yeah, shit. Nah. Yeah, this is some crazy type of fucking conversation. It's fucking crazy that this all started. Pakaku, this all started because we started talking about AI. And check out where we ended up. Talking about Elon Musk's Johnson. This is the power of the internet. Pakaku says, I want to insult his appearance. The rest of him speaks for itself. Oh shit. Kurt says, I will, he's evil. Yeah, he may not be a good person, dude. I'm not gonna take credit of whichever fucking engineering shit that he's done. Yeah. These are weird people. They're always weird people, dude. This is the Thomas Edison of our time. The Howard Hughes of our time. These are weird, bad motherfuckers that end up building sometimes cool shit. That repeats through history. Weird motherfuckers that aren't necessarily good people that end up building interesting shit. Yeah, that's just how it is. Bakaku says, yeah, but I'm also built like a fridge, so I would be insulting myself. Oh, you also have like the physiology of Elon Musk, Bakaku? Kurt says, Elon has never invented anything. Dude, have you ever tried to build a startup? I have, dude. And if you know the process of building a business, you know that where Elon is doesn't fall from the sky. Yeah, he may be a piece of shit, but he's a very effective businessman. And inventors don't do shit by themselves. The best example of this is Apple. Steve Wozniak was a fucking genius programmer, dude, an engineer. He wouldn't have made Apple into what it is without Steve Jobs. So, yeah, dude, they may not invent things, but those type of business people are needed to push and make this type of big companies that end up making these big type of things like an iPhone or a rocket. Yeah, so I may not like the guy as a person, but I can separate the shitty person from the businessman. Wakaku says Elon is definitely like Edison in the sense of theft. Yeah, dude, they are like that. It is what it is. Those are the type of people. They are effective businessmen. Wakaku says he was a co-founder of like half of PayPal and just bought his way into the other companies. Nah, dude. Nah, that is bullshit. I can tell you. He didn't make Tesla and he didn't make SpaceX, but he did turn them into what they are. And no one else would have done that, dude. Even people that were enemies of him have said this, dude. Peter Thiel, do you know who Peter Thiel is? He's also co-founder of PayPal, who was an enemy of Elon for many, many years. He said that Elon just sees risk in a different kind of way. And many, many things would have never happened if he hadn't known how to manage these companies. Dude, I have built businesses, dude. I have built startups. And I do know that ideas by themselves are nothing. And companies without leaders are nothing. I've been part of companies. And companies without leaders are nothing. And the guy may be a shitty person, dude. But he ended up doing successful companies. And I wouldn't take that from him, as a shitty person as he may be. Bakaku says, I read that one. Kurt says also evil. But that's just history, dude. Edison was evil. I am using a fucking light bulb here on my fucking room. Howard Hughes, fucking crazy motherfucker, doing fucking good planes. This repeats through history, dude. Why did you get to the fucking moon, United States of America? Some fucking Nazi helped you build the rockets. People may be evil. That doesn't mean that sometimes they end up making important things in history. Yeah, I can separate the person from the thing that they built. Chris Edison didn't invent the light bulb though, but he made it he made it mainstream. Yeah, that's the thing, dude. Inventors aren't necessarily always like the most important thing in the equation. They are a part of the equation. This type of crazy type of business people, visionaries, are also needed, as shitty as they may be. That's just how it is. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I can separate the shitty person from whichever fucking thing they built. Yeah, I can admire Werner von Braun because of the Apollo missions and getting the US to the moon. I do not admire the Nazi, right? Pakaku says right, but Edison didn't make it. Yeah, but there's gotta be investment, dude, and vision with an invention to bring it to many people. Yeah, inventing something is not the only thing in the equation. This business type of people are needed in some way, as much as people do not like them. Yeah, yeah. Curses von Braun did do the work, though. Dude, I think in the United States of America, many of you have become biased towards Elon Musk because he's a shitty person that became right-wing. But I wouldn't take credit from the shit that he has done as a business person. And the guy knows his shit. Yeah, that may be a hot take and shit. People may hate it. You hated him before that, so you hate him, dude. So you're not gonna accept anything about him. You just said you hate him. So your opinion about the guy is always gonna be biased. Grinko says you shouldn't be proud of a rich businessman. They only do everything for their own gain. Shooting billions of dollars worth into the sky is only for his own pocket. It's the most polluting in the world, and like 60% of the world still lives in poverty, who won't gain anything from space missions. Just a waste of money. Well, dude, that is a simplistic way of seeing things. And I respect your opinion. I am not proud of a rich businessman. At no point of this conversation and of this live stream, I said I admired and loved Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or anyone. I am just saying that I wouldn't take credit from whichever thing that they ended up making. Like Kaku says, I think financially he knows his shit. As an inventor, I think he is low on the ladder. Yeah, and we could say the same thing about Steve Jobs, dude. We could say the same thing about Edison. We could say the same thing about many people, dude. But at the end of the day, those motherfuckers were the ones that pushed their companies to become what they are. So yeah, financially, business-wise, they know their shit, dude. And engineers and inventors wouldn't necessarily have done the same thing with these inventions. Pakaku says, yes, Steve Jobs and Edison are the exact same way. Yes, dude, exactly. And would you say that their contributions are shit? That they didn't do shit? I wouldn't say that, dude. That would be an extreme kind of way of seeing things. Saying that Steve Jobs and Edison are fake ass characters that didn't do shit. Would you go to that extreme, dude? Just because they didn't invent what they turned into businesses? I wouldn't, dude. because inventors and engineers do not necessarily always have the right thing to turn these inventions into things that many people will end up using. Pakak says I'm not making any claim like that. No, I know that you're not making any claim. I'm just asking that rhetorical question. Would we say that Steve Jobs or Edison are bullshitters, like con artists? Would we say that? I think not, right? And I think Elon is of that same type. As much as we may dislike them or like him, or on whichever kind of political side you are in the US. Paco says I'm not making any claim like that. I'm saying they aren't the genius inventors they made the world believe they are. Yeah, it's hype, dude. It's hype. They are good businessmen. And good businessmen, people may not accept it, but they are needed to bring good inventions to the mainstream and to bring them so many people can end up accessing many of these good inventions, dude. Steve Wozniak would have not turned Apple into what it is, dude. As much as I like Wozniak, and I do admire Wozniak. Chris says, I don't think he knows his shit financially either. He's lost $1 billion on Twitter. He's tanking Tesla stocks with some popularity even before that he admitted in a tweet that Tesla stocks were overvalued, and that tanked their stocks as well. Dude, I think you just hate the guy. So, yeah, we would not get into any type of middle ground. Yeah. Pakaku says, to be honest, I still don't understand what happened with Tesla recently. Legitimately puzzled. But if you know what Elon did after PayPal, people, you would understand that he knows his shit financially wise and business wise. He got all of that money and poured all of it into two fucking stupid ideas that everybody in Silicon Valley was telling him that were fucking stupid, which were electric cars and rockets, when none of those two made sense business wise. He was the guy poured all of his fucking money to make those two businesses work when it didn't make sense to invest in those two businesses. Electric cars were looked like a joke. Yeah, so yeah, I think Elon may be a shitty person, but that is this last past few years we figured it out. Would we take what he did previously? I wouldn't. Yeah. Pakak says, to be honest, I still don't understand what happened. I read that one. Kurt says, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He had capital and presumably an accountant to tell him where to spend it. I just think you hate the guy. So I could tell you that he invented, yeah, I don't know, water, and you would still hate the guy. Yeah, so I don't think it would make sense, right, to keep that conversation going, because I do not like the guy. I do not admire him as a person or anything. But I'm not taking credit of the shit that he built, as I would not take it from Werner von Braun or Edison or Steve Jobs or any of those guys. They did what they did. It is what it is. Pakaku says, yeah, I would agree. He's a good businessman. It's just grating for me to hear people describe him as an engineering god. Yeah. He's not necessarily that. Yeah. Pakaku says, I'm not well researched into this, but I can see that. Again, I don't know. Dude, if making a successful business as the type of this guy has done, has turned into successful businesses, was as easy as hiring an accountant would be, all of these rich people would be at this level of having money and having this type of big companies. Pakaku says, but judging by his sudden switching up into tanking Twitter and Tesla, I don't know. Probably flukes. The guy's just the guy just doesn't know how to manage his emotions, dude. He's erratic. He's an erratic type of person. And maybe we didn't see that in public in the past. And now we are just seeing it in public. And that's why maybe it didn't affect his companies in the past, because we weren't seeing that happening in public. But the guy did know how to manage his companies and build them from the ground up. Chris says, I also hate Von Braun. I don't deny what he's contributed, though. Yeah. Grinko says he shouldn't have worked with Trump. That would have saved a lot of the rep he recently lost. I don't know, dude. Sooner or later, these are eccentric type of crazy people, dude. Sooner or later, whether he would have gone with Trump or not, we would have seen the colors of Elon Musk and him being a crazy type of person. But that's just him being crazy. And he would have fucked up his rep sooner or later. I'm pretty fucking sure. This is Howard Hughes happening in front of our eyes. A crazy type of person that knows how to do shit. And sooner or later, I think he would have fucked up his rep, even if he hadn't gone with Trump. That may have accelerated the process, but yeah, I don't know, dude. Yeah, I don't know. I think that would have happened, whether Trump had happened or not. And I wouldn't take whichever shit he did before we could see all the craziness of the person. Because he did shit. Yeah. That's just what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I admire the guy or I fucking love him or I'm a part of his club of fans. Crinkle says Elon didn't know what he was doing and simply followed the ideas of a think tank. Forgot his name. That what screwed him. Being a hand puppet. I don't know, dude. You may create a successful business, one successful business by luck, by chance. You do not make a couple of big fucking businesses, successful ones, by luck, dude. There's some kind of intelligence behind that fact, dude. Yeah, I think, yeah, whichever fucking political agenda we've had in the US has made us think about some people as heroes and others as villains. Like some people are in these times are like, oh, Mark Cuban is a good billionaire that has social consciousness because he was a Democrat in the last, he was against Trump. And I'm like, he's a fucking good businessman, dude. It doesn't fucking mean that he's a fucking good person. And would I take credit from the guy for all of the businesses that he built? No, I wouldn't. But Republicans would say that someone like Mark Cuban is a shitty ass businessman and shit just because he was Democrat in the last election. And that's what happened with a lot of people, with Elon. They just, everybody started saying, he just built his shit by luck and shit, and he's so fucking stupid, he doesn't know his shit. I'm like, you're kind of fucking stretching that one, people. The guy didn't build his fucking businesses by fucking luck. He knows what he's doing in some fucking kind of way. Mark Cuban is a better billionaire? I don't think so, Curry. That's a piece of shit, just like Elon. Both are pieces of shit in the same kind of way. Both are pieces of shit. And if Mark Cuban could have the type of money that Elon could have and the type of power, he would grab it in a split second. Yeah. I don't think that guy is a better person or billionaire. Pakaku says Trump ran as a Democrat years back. Exactly, dude. So where do we draw the line of moral high ground on who's a good billionaire, a bad billionaire, good businessman, bad businessman? The thing is, dude, that yeah, people started hating specific type of people just because The US is polarized. You people are polarized. And you don't seem to see how polarized you are in the US of A. But you are polarized. Yeah, Pakaku says, I think Mark Cuban is better than Elon. Nah, I don't think so, dude. I don't think Mark is better than Elon. He's a power-hungry motherfucker. He just knows less about how to make money. But if he could have the same type of money and power as Elon, he would take it in a split second. Yeah, Pakaku says, I don't see Cuban throwing up salutes in front of the country. They're all power-hungry. Yeah, nah, dude. Yeah, Mark Cuban can seem more like a normal type of person. But these are all fucking degenerates. Yeah. Yeah. There's a point in which there's a line, and above that line, for me, you're just a fucking degenerate motherfucker piece of shit, and I would not justify any of them. Yeah, Greencock says, I'll be a better billionaire. Yeah, Pakak says, I'm not denying that, nerdy. Yes, I understand you, dude. But what I'm saying is that the political climate in the US has made people think that some people are shitty and some people are not shitty, depending on which party they are or they aren't. Yeah, and that is just the US being polarized. Like I says, guys, I'd be a good billionaire, just give me money. Chris says, you seem to presuppose that we live in a meritocracy where the most successful people got there through hard work and not luck. I don't think you live in a meritocracy, dude. I don't think no one lives in a meritocracy. But you do not get to certain points without knowing how to manage a business. And also, yeah, they know how to play the game, dude. I wouldn't play the game, the business thing. I don't know how to play the game, dude. I'm a broadcast motherfucker and shit. I have no business instinct. I do not know how. I don't know how to exploit people for my advantage and shit. But I do understand why some people end up becoming what they become. Would I take the credit from them? Nah, dude. Nah, I wouldn't. Chris says Bezos worked hard to grow Amazon, but he was also incredibly lucky. Elon worked less hard and got more lucky. Bezos is a piece of shit, just like Elon, dude. Yeah. He worked hard, but he was well off, dude. He was taking a risk that paid very well, but he wasn't this guy like putting all of his coming from the ground up and shit and building himself. Yeah, and would I take credit from Jeff Bezos? I wouldn't, dude. So Flo says, for being silent, I'm still here, don't worry, dude. Rinko says, to be a successful businessman, you gotta have no heart and no soul. Do everything over the back of others only for your own gain. Yeah. To this point, where these guys, to become a billionaire of this kind, yeah, I think you gotta have no heart and no soul. And that just means, as shitty as it may sound, you know how to play the game. And you did it. I wouldn't do it, dude, but they knew how to play the game. Would I say that they received whichever they received by luck? They did what they had to do, dude. It is what it is. Akaku says Timothy Dexter was a successful businessman that deserves no praise or recognition for his business smarts. That guy failed upwards. Which is the business of this Timothy Dexter guy? What did he found? What was the company that he founded? Pakaku, I do not know about this guy. Pakaku says he also wasn't a billionaire, but I just wanted to bring him up because he's funny. I do not know who this guy is. He's from like the 1700s. Oh, okay. Shit, dude. From the 1700s? Holy shit. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. Yeah, the thing is that one, dude. That's just what I'm saying. The political climate in the US of A has made all of you people on whichever side of the political spectrum you are to think that the people on the other side are completely stupid. And it's just not like that, dude. There are smart people on both sides, and there are stupid people on both sides. There are shitty people on both sides, and people that have good intentions on both sides. As angry as it may make Americans. Green Coach says, once you're among nothing but sharks, you'll quickly learn how to bite back. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. Human nature is gonna come out of you when you start to get to the point of having power in your hands. Yeah, it is shitty, dude, but it's true. And you're gonna have to do whatever you have to do to keep that power and keep whichever idea or ideology or thing that you want to keep going. Yeah, humans are like that. Here says, I believe that there are smart right wingers, but Elon is dumber than a bag of rocks. That is your opinion, dude, because you hate the guy. And it's very clear that you hate the guy. I do not hate the guy as much as I do not hate Mark Cuban, as much as I do not hate Mark Zuckerberg, as much as I do not hate Jeff Bezos. Yeah, I do not hate Bill Gates, which is on the other political spectrum, on the other side of someone like Elon. I accept and understand why they acquired many of the things that they have in life. Some things may have been luck, some things may have been exploitation of the system of other people, but in their own way, each of them did and built what they built. AI doing human stuff says smart right wingers is like healthy crack cocaine. I think both are shitty, dude. It says he owns an aerospace company, yet doesn't even know why planes don't fly in straight paths. Makaku says they are all evil in their own ways. Yeah. Yeah, they are. Yeah, true. Yeah, dude, but this is... I think Elon is good at hiring people much smarter than him, which is a very good thing to have as a leader, dude. Yeah. Steve Jobs had this also. Steve Jobs kept hiring people smarter than him. All of these successful motherfuckers know how to hire people smarter than them. And that's how you know that they can build companies. Building a company is not to be the smartest in the room and shit. Having the most knowledge in the room, being the best engineer, it's having the instinct on how to build the business. And these motherfuckers have the instinct. So Slow says, I don't hate many people either. I just feel it gets boring. Yeah, dude, I don't hate any of these people. Yeah, as shitty as they may be as persons, I have no space, dude, in my heart to hate any of these people. It is what it is. I just keep going with my life. Try to have a simple life with dignity and shit, dude. Because, yeah, having hate is it's a strong feeling, dude, that can eat you up from the inside. But then you get shit like the Cybertruck. When Elon tries to get his hands into the engineering nitty-gritty side of things, you can see how dog shit it is. I mean, those things are death on wheels. Yeah, dude. Because he has the power to do that shit now. And it turned into the Cybertruck and shit. But the guy had the instinct and... yeah, I am not saying that he does stupid things. I am saying that I understand why he got Tesla, SpaceX, Solar City, PayPal, these companies to the point that he got them. He's an effective businessman. Yeah, that doesn't mean that he doesn't do stupid shit. Akaku says he does great when he lets people smarter than him do that sort of thing. Just like all of these previous guys before him do. Just like Steve Jobs. Steve knew when to let other people do their shit. And he knew how to manage them. And he wasn't necessarily a programmer or an engineer. But he had the instinct, dude. And instinct is a very important thing in building a business. Yeah, it's a very, very important thing on building a business. Instinct, dude. Ideas are not necessarily the most important thing. Is how to apply those ideas and turn them into businesses. A very important thing. Curses. Okay, so the thing about the Cybertruck being bad is that Tesla's actual engineers aren't that great either. Okay, Pakaku says, but now he's convinced the world, and by extension himself, that he was the genius all along. Yeah, but this is just these personalities. They are always like that. Why would we expect this type of eccentric billionaire motherfucker to be humble? To not think that they are inside their own reality distortion field. It's just a result of who they are. And that's why they are where they are, dude, because they have this reality distortion field and they know how to manage that one. They're crazy, dude, but the shit works. Access could be an outlier. They look cool, but square steering wheels, I can't do it. I mean, they are an ex-Tesla engineer. Wasn't fired, he left. Paco says, I'm not saying it's unexpected, nerdy. I'm saying it's success. Oh, well, I'm gonna keep using Starlink. Yeah. Yeah. Tesla may not be a perfect company, but I can recognize a couple of good things in engineering they have done. Yeah. Just like I would recognize it from Toyota, from Ford, from every company. Tesla has done their shit also. Like I says, Starlink is the GOAT, unfortunately. Yeah, it really did. I don't have Starlink. But if you have it and it's really fucking good, it is what it is, dude. Would you take the credit of Starlink being good if it's good? It is what it is, dude. The fucking antenna doesn't have politics or an opinion. It fucking works, right? Yeah. Yeah, dude. I think the US society is way too polarized, dude. And both sides started discarding the opinions, advancements, and accomplishments of the other side, whichever thing they had done. Like, Starlink's so good, it got me thinking maybe he ain't so bad. Just kidding, he's still evil, says Pakaku. Oh, so you do have Starlink and it's really fucking good then. Shit. No, I don't. I haven't used Starlink. Greencoat says, the only reason Tesla's become big is because Europe started their green energy campaign at the time. Tesla was a couple years old. All of Europe bought them, overloading our power grids, burning subsidized money, and all being for nothing as they're all being shipped out of Europe at the moment. Saving the world my ass. Elon and his companies are the biggest polluter on the planet at the moment, and they wanted him to lead the green power movement. Yeah, he's not an ecologist, dude. I don't think Elon Musk is an ecologist. Not at all. Yeah. Like it says, we are certainly a polarized nation. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, dude. You are a polarized nation. For sure. And that made you discard accomplishments, advancements, and opinions from whichever people were on the other side of the political spectrum. you are part of. You became that polarized. Yeah, people like, okay, we're in the middle of an ad break. Green Coke says sorry for the wall of text. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, I don't think Elon was ever an ecologist. He was never fighting for environment and shit. It was a business decision for him. He believed in the shit, in the engineering of the electric cars, and he thought he could make a good buck with them. As stupid as it may have seemed at the point where he was trying to get into that business, but he really saw into what was going to happen with the car market, and that's why Tesla happened to be in the right position. So that's what a good businessman is, knowing, having the instinct of where to go. Chris says SpaceX is also heavily subsidized by the US government, even before he meddled in government. Green Coke says he was lucky, that's all. Dude, I think you are lucky when you win the lottery. Building something like Tesla or SpaceX, it's not luck, dude. As much as you may hate him as a person, as much as a shitty person he may be, he had instinct, and that instinct may seem like luck, but he had it. Yeah. Pakaku says it's a little knowledge, a little luck. Yeah. It's instinct, Pakaku. Yeah. Which ends up looking like luck. But you have to have the instinct. Yeah. He was the right guy at the right moment. Exactly, dude. Because he had the instinct. As much as many people don't like him. Yeah. Yeah, dude. As much as many people don't like him. That is being a good businessman. It's instinct and luck. Exactly, dude. Would I discard any of the shit that he ended up building? I wouldn't, dude. Would I say that guy's a piece of shit that doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, and he ended up having Tesla and SpaceX just because he's lucky? I wouldn't stretch it to that point. Pakaku says they're called risks for a reason. Exactly, dude. Yeah, it's a mix of luck and instinct. But it's never only luck. Even someone that wins the lottery, dude, it's not only luck, it's also instinct. You had the instinct that day to buy the ticket, right? And you were buying tickets and playing with the possibilities, having the instinct of the fucking lottery, and you won it one time. Yeah. Packer says, well, sometimes it's only luck. Yeah, if I went and buy a lottery ticket like one time, dude, and I had never bought it and I won the lottery, that would be fucking luck. Yeah, but if I was a guy that was managing and buying tickets throughout many years and shit to see when I could win, maybe that's instinct, dude. Pakaku says, I mean, I found a winning Powerball ticket in a dumpster and now I don't have to work. That would be luck, exactly. That would be luck. Yeah, Green Coke says, instinct and luck only happened to me when I discovered a new delicious cookie. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Pakaku says, so I didn't have any knowledge, but now I'm on a jacked, eating gold-coated tomahawks. I would really like to have a tomahawk, dude. Yeah, sometimes it's luck, right? Sometimes it's pure luck. But for many, many things, you have to be in the right place, dude. Have to have the right things and shit. Because we could have this conversation about many, many creators and engineers and businessmen in history. We could say that they just got lucky. But they were at the right time in the right fucking place, and they knew how to put themselves in that position. And that is not an easy thing to know or be. I'm gonna close this shit because I didn't do shit. Drink Coke says, are you for real? No, Pakaku's not for real, dude. So you're new in the channel, you're gonna understand which comments are real from Pakaku and which aren't. I now can differentiate which are not real. Green Coke. And that one for sure wasn't real. Okay, I'm gonna close up this shit and I'm gonna go and have some sleep because it's 5 hours already. I never go for 5 hours live stream, but this was a lot of fun, people. Have a good rest of your night, morning, or afternoon, wherever you fucking are. Curses for reference, there were 14 Apollo missions and only 2 were failures. And we're talking about what, dude? Pakaku says, good night, nerdy. Fun stream. Fun, dude. Tricky one. But a fun one indeed, dude. I had a lot of fun. This was a tricky week, dude. Yeah. Was getting out of a burnout and shit. And tried to manage my head and stuff. Green Coke, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. And yeah, dude, it was a good night to just decompress and talk shit and have fun. Yeah, curses against SpaceX 5 out of 9 so far. Dude, I know you hate Elon. I know you hate Elon, you hate SpaceX, you hate Tesla. So I'm not gonna convince you of anything. Even if Elon and SpaceX end up going to Jupiter. Yeah. And I understand you, dude. I understand you. That's the state of the US society. And I'm pretty sure I wouldn't convince you of anything. I do think Starship is a fun thing to see. I like that shit of grabbing that fucking rocket on the fucking air. I admire those engineers, dude. Yeah. And yeah, that may sound Republican to many people. I am not a Republican. I am not an American. So yeah, I can separate politics from whichever fucking accomplishment someone or some company can have. Because I could be wrong. I should read up on it. It is apples to oranges, Pakaku, I think. Because it's a different kind of thing. Apollo wasn't reusable. So it's a different kind of engineering of problem to tackle. Yeah, so have a good night, people. Let's see if someone is doing game development so we can rate this person. Yeah. So if you're staying on Twitch, you want to go be part of a raid, hang out with someone doing some game development, I am gonna go and find some random creator on Twitch. Raid browser. Okay, raid browser. Let's see who we can support. Okay, who has less viewers? Let's support someone with less viewers. Shit, this seems to be a good time to be a game developer on Twitch. This at late in the night, it seems. Yeah, I can see good numbers on a couple of channels. That's really cool. Okay, but anyway, let me find an English speaking channel that is working on game development. Let's see. Okay, this is Brazilian Portuguese. AI fixes your life problem. No, that is not game development. That is software. 3D spaceship game. Godot. Okay, freelancer Godot. Starting a raid on this guy. Have a good night, people. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Goodbye. Good night, people. Good stream. Good stream. Appreciate it. Bye, Curry. Bye, Green Coke. Bye, Pakaku. Bye. Bye. Yeah, it's fucking late. So have a good night, people. Rating now. 10 viewers. Fuck yeah. Shit. Oh, shit.